Oh, champions, champions. Excuse me. What a way to start a stream. How are we all? Can you see us? It's always that weird moment when you hit a stream where you don't know when you're actually live. I think it sounds okay. Check all my things. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, okay. Audio good. How are we all? Sorry I'm late. I assume we're live. Hello? Anyone? Alrighty. Sorry, eventful morning already. Oh, shut up, me. Sorry, I'm late. Mute my phone, hang on. I got my phone up here so I can sort of look like I'm looking at yous. Let's just read the chat. You got ads? Ah, isn't that fun? Yeah, sorry, membership doesn't help you get out of ads. Where did I put my coffee? I didn't leave it in the car, did I? Surely not. There it is. I think I've got to get up a half an hour earlier, or I start the stream a half hour later. Oh, you just got a notification because it's gone live. That's good. That's what we want. Oh, mustache hair. So, a lot to get through today. Just going to get into it. Got a Twin Reverb reissue. There's reports of distorted and low output, which I haven't been able to recreate, but there is leaking capacitors, the same old IC capacitor bullshit. And gonna do just some preparation shit for road use, because this is a professional muso and he shares this amp. It's like a town bicycle between him and his mates. I don't judge. So we're going to change the plate load resistors because these are known to be very shitty. We're going to change all the caps because they're leaking physically. What else was there? Oh, we're going to just clean and retension all the sockets. There's a solder connection that Fender literally, they didn't forget to solder it, but you can see they've just soldered it and the blob of solder's gone down and the wire's just loose. It's as if the wire's not even soldered, so that's quality control. As is always the case on the reissues, there's just excessive wire exposed, like they've taken too much of the jacket off, or it's melted and retracted when they've soldered. So this stuff just, if it gets manipulated a certain way, it will short out on the neighboring terminal, etc., etc. So let's get into it. I'll start by removing the connectors. Already checked for voltage, blah blah blah, you know. Just past lunchtime there. Excuse me. Yes, this mic is killer, Christopher. It's kind of the best headset mic that Audio Technica make. But yeah, the new Rode Wireless Go 2 with the lav mic is pretty close to it now that they've fixed that firmware issue, and it's easy to recharge. You don't use two friggin' non-rechargeable batteries every time you live stream, which is good for the environment and for my wallet. And you got two units, so when one goes flat, you grab the other. It's fantastic. Fender has quality control? I think they used to. I think Fender subscribed to the same thing as Hiwatt, where you turn it on and it makes noise, out the door it goes. Just if it makes noise, it's good. So I had to actually remove the cable gland on this, a little cable retention gland, because the timber cleat that goes across the back that you screw the back panels to is like 5mm longer than it should be, so you can't get the chassis out without removing that fucking thing. so you can actually slide it out. So it's like, oh, maybe I should cut it down 5mm. Then I'll have to paint it and stuff, whatever. But yeah, it's pretty weird that you got to remove the cable retention gland just to slide the chassis out. Yes, chassis. Yeah, reasonably tight. I think this is like an earlier one because it's got the old school zinc plated chassis. The other ones are zinc and needle or something, different finish. It's got like that dull finish to it, like the red knob ones. Morning, Dad. What are you doing up so early? Go back to bed. I guess it's not that early. It would have been early if I started on time. So I've got my screen up here on my phone, so I can look kind of like I'm looking at you guys when I'm reading chat. It's supposed to be bloody... I walked in the door and it was about 27 degrees and like 70% humidity. Ugh, gross. I'll put the air conditioning straight on even at 6:30 in the morning. Yeah, one can stay connected. Just going to disconnect everything on the control side of the board. Which means removing that pot too. Secondaries of the reverb tranny. Ground wire on the chassis. Do you get the water pump all buttoned up? No, no bits left over. That's always good. So I didn't get out of here. I meant to call you yesterday. It's been go, 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 go every day, and as soon as I finish work, we've got other engagements that we have to be at, and then we'll go to bed, and then I wake up and literally have half an hour to have a shower and get down to work, and then I'm here. So I haven't had a chance to ring or talk to anyone. But I meant to ask you, what actually caused the leak? Was it the gasket? Did you actually have to buy a new water pump? Was there a problem with the pump itself? I might start having a look at the Aprilia and the Suzuki on, well, tomorrow. I was going to say on Sunday. Saturday, isn't it? Yeah. Might do that on the members stream. Just a quick sort of regroup and what are we going to do? How are we going to attack this? I've got to get that bike running again. Might have severe storms again today, champions. Hopefully I'll be able to get out to the lookout and take a photo or two. And not get hit by lightning. Would be nice. It's probably not the best place to take lightning shots because it is on the peak, but if you get in front of the storm and you take some photos out from in front and then piss off before it gets to you. It's just really scary when you're taking a photo of a approaching storm, you're taking video or whatever, and you think, yeah, we're well ahead of it. It's probably got like, I don't know, 15 minutes. We might want to think about getting a move on. And then lightning strikes behind you. And you're like, oh, okay, no, the anvil's above us. Righto, let's get out of here. Nature's got this way of just letting you know who's boss when you get a bit cocky. 45, that is cold, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, Travis. I think the fuel lines will be pretty buggered by now. It's had covers on it the whole time, but it's just been sitting there, literally not even started for shit since like I don't know, 20. I think last time I really rode it was like regularly was like 2018, and that's like a long time ago now. It feels like a year or two ago, but it's not. Pretty much as soon as the business realised that the business is like a, when I say a full-time job, I mean a full fucking time job. Hey, Mum's got a Google account. When did that happen? I think I saw you got a Facebook account too, but you haven't given me a friend's request. It's like, okay. Damn, that's some good coffee. So, is it new month? Can I give away more memberships when a new month? No? Oh, hang on. Am I logged in? Yeah. Membership gifting. No, I got to buy them. Buy 50 memberships. $300. Oh, that's wishful thinking. So, I forgot to mention, I got confused on the last live stream. It happens, I know. Alex from Serious Amplification, very serious man. It's a 2-star system. He donated or gifted like 10 subscriptions. So I thought, well, I had some to give away as well, but I think I only had 5. And then I didn't realize in the go rush of the thing, he donated like, I think, yeah, 10 memberships. So memberships, Mum, it's a monthly. So you've got subscriptions on YouTube, and then they've realised, oh shit, normally you pay for a subscription. What do we call this paid subscription thing? So they called it memberships. Because there's another streaming platform called Twitch, which all the gamers are on. Now that's literally live streaming. I don't think you can even record on it. You can't go back and watch it. Just literally, you're there, you watch a live stream finishes, they're gone, right? So subscribership on there costs money. Like you give them a donation, a couple of bucks, whatever they set the tiers to. So YouTube realised they're going to copy that and then call it memberships, because obviously you're already subscribed to a channel, because they always called it subscriber on YouTube. So anyway, there's different tiers. I've so far just been offering different tiers for just how much you want to donate. I do put quite a bit of work into this channel, and time is money, particularly here. So it's a chance to give back a little, and I'll give you some extra material from time to time, and things that might not be received particularly well on the main channel. Things like motorcycles and whiskey reviews, that kind of thing. But yeah, things like schematics and stuff. When I reverse engineer an amp, there's a lot of work that goes into that, so giving it away for free seems a bit, so I thought if we do stuff like that, or maybe longer form videos that only the more dedicated fans will watch and no one else will watch anyway, so you don't make any money from the views of the video, because you only get like 300 views or something, because it's such a specialized concept, and most people aren't interested in it, so at least you can make a bit back on that. I'm in focus. Yeah, it's because it's on manual there, Jerry. Alright, so Dad's answered the car thing. Oh, that's missing, because I'm on. Yeah, oh, that's the other thing I meant to tell you. Change over to all messages, because I'm missing stuff. It's a trade of V-dubs. The pump body is made. The pump body's made of composite plastic. Really? Ugh. They're destined to fail anywhere between 50 to 130 thou. This one lasts 139. The plastic where it bolts to the block to store its. Fucking hell, VW. You serious? The work table's out of focus because it's over there. but you can see the sign. It's just cheekily blurred, just enough that you can make out what it is. Is it ironic that a technician is having issues with electronic equipment? Are you talking about the reason it was delayed? Well, part of it was I got up late. Part of it was I couldn't find... The technical issue was I couldn't find my HDMI capture card. I got my Magewell one because I was using that on this desk over here, but I misplaced my, my shitty cheap one that does the face camera. That, and I had to do a big fat poo. You can't plan for that shit when you only allow yourself 30 minutes. Hey Brad, happy Friday afternoon from Chicago. Have you worked on any orange TH30 combos or heads? I've seen several posts for upping resistor value on the shape control. I haven't heard about that mod. I'm sure there's plenty of mods out there for it, but being a bit less of a common amp, it's not something that I, off the top of my head, know what they're talking about. I could look into it, but generally all the orange stuff is pretty well built. The TH and the I like the AD30. It's a good platform for modification because it's almost, excuse me, two identical channels almost. There's some differences in the tone stack, but it would be fantastic for modification and customization. And it's got two individual phase inverters, so you can even play with a phase inverter, and you know, because it's got post phase inverter master volume on both channels, which is pretty cool. Plan for that shit, as it were. Yeah, that's right. You can't, Christopher. You never quite know, eh? Headphone plastic is brittle shit, and they make metal parts to it. So if you've got a big head like me, it always breaks. Yeah, well, the problem is when you've got a shaved head, it's like sandpaper. So that padded shit wears out real quick on the headrest and even the earpiece. So you're constantly replacing them. You can't do anything about the headresting, headresting, but the cups you can generally get replacements for. Audio's a bit wonky here and there. Really? What's it sound like, man? I'll record a section, and if it's not, problems that you're in. Hope all is well. I got you up on the TV while I practice. Practice what, Rob? How can you practice guitar while I'm talking shit at you? Son's Mustang is the same thing. Thermostat neck is plastic. Why make hot parts? Oh, God. Anyway, it's not just amps that they do that shit in. Your twins killed countless headphones. Hey, Alan. Welcome to the membership, mate. I'll see you tomorrow at midday. Midday here. It'll be Saturday evening over there. So I might... See, because I'm always streaming in the morning, I can never have a beer with you, eh? So if I start streaming at midday, we'll do some work, and then after that, we'll, is that the thing where it goes, the audio? I had some audio glitches that sound a bit like where Neo gets pulled out of the Matrix. Yeah, it happens every now and then, because it happens so rarely. There's literally nothing I can do about it, because I can't figure it out. It's something with the Motu and the driver. Could be that it's sitting under the soldering station, I don't know. Let's have a look at the recording and see what it sounds like. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato. Videos. Yeah, I'll record a section and let's listen to that. If it's not, problems that you're in. Besides that, the audio is fantastic. Hope all is well. I got you up on the TV while I practice. Practice what, Rob? How can you practice guitar while I'm talking shit at you? Oh God, it's like deja vu. Son's Mustang is the same thing. Thermostat neck is plastic. Why make hot parts? Oh God. Anyway, it's not just amps that they do that shit in. These boards are good because I can see through them.
Your twins killed countless headphones. Hey, Alan. Welcome to the membership, mate. I'll see you tomorrow at midday. Midday here. It'll be Saturday evening over there, so I might see, because I'm always streaming in the morning, I can never have a beer with you, eh? So if I start streaming at midday, we'll do some work, and then after that we'll oh, is that the thing where it goes the audio? And some audio glitches that sound a bit like we're in Neo getting pulled out of the Matrix. Yeah, it happens every now and then because it happens. So
yeah, didn't do it on the recording, of course. Copyright strike. That is curious. I wonder what the time limit is there. It happens about once or twice a stream, and yeah, I can't pin it down. Could be a driver problem, but it happens so rarely that I literally think I'm probably the only one on the fucking planet that's dealt with it. So. The joys of trying to do more shit than your average bear. Am I a bear? Got told by Six that I'm a bear. Alright, I'm just going to look for a quick schematic on this one. Just to make sure all these values, I know what they are. Otherwise I'll have to write them down. All those ones are just removed for 100k. Yep. Curse filter. Got no use for that over here, mate. I'm a good boy. I think all the when I started getting more popular on YouTube, you get the occasional person having a pissy little whinge about me swearing. Like real like hard done by, like, why do you have to swear so much? You know, oh, I'd love your channel if you didn't swear. I'm like, grow the fuck up. It's 4 letters in a series. Like, if you're so delicate, like, how do you live your day-to-day life if you're that delicate you can't hear the word fuck without having a cry? Just piss off. Go someone else's channel. This ain't the channel for you. But that seems to have died down now, even despite it getting, you know, more popular. So I think what's happened is YouTube's figured out that I swear a bit. And it's like they've started including that factor in the algorithm as to what they present to you. So, like, if you're cool with swearing, you probably watch lots of channels that swear a bit. And YouTube knows when you swear because it flags it if you do it too early or whatever and takes monetization off you. So it knows that you've done it. But it generally doesn't care if you don't do it within the first 5 minutes. It doesn't, like, affect anything. Like, if you go mad at it, like certain regularity or above, it'll pull monetization off you or limit it, but it won't, like, block your video. Twin Reverb reissues. Is that the one? There's a few different ones. This one's called the Twin Amp, and it says on the card AB763 reissue. Oh, I just downloaded the wrong file. Download 2 files that look similar but different file size, and surely one of them will be the one we're looking at because there was several generations. So anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so I think maybe the algorithm has figured out that yeah, if you don't mind swearing, it'll suggest other channels that swear at you. And if you, like, literally don't watch anything that has swear words in it, it probably won't recommend my channel, which is good. That's how it should work. Targeted audience, yeah? Alright, I think this is the amp. Schematic's a bit, like, messy for an official one. What's the other one look like? Refresh. Ah, that's better. Yeah, I think one was a copy of a copy of a copy, as Trent Reznor would say. Still looks a bit chewy, but it's better than that one. Alright, so what are we doing? Bing. So we're changing the plate load resistors. That's that one, that one, that one, that one. Don't have to worry about the trem. Well, I did already cut one out. 61, 62. Yeah, I did. That can cause crackling as well, via just sending noise back on the HT line. So 220. Yeah, we might change it to 220 as well. I've seen them go open circuit, even though it doesn't have the hardest life in that position. We'll change the plate loads on the phase inverter. 82k, so that's 42. Actually, we won't, because they're metal oxide. They're going with metal oxide. That's weird. Might be metal film, but it looks like metal oxide to me. 82 and 100k there. Are they metal oxide? No, I think they're metal film. Well, actually, they've got a part list here. Let's see. Normally, the like pale blue is metal oxide. So 42. Is that actual text? Yeah, okay, so we can search that. Control F. What? Active domain services is currently... What the fuck are you talking about? That's never seen that error before. Carbon film? No, it's not. Oh, I think they're going with metal film. So we're doing that, and we're changing these because they're leaking, the 22s and the 220s. 220 microfarad, the resistors are fine. Then we're going to just clean the sockets and all of that, fire it up and give it a test. There you go. Fucking go for it. There you go. Lyle's been bold enough to throw the occasional F-bomb in recently. I'm very proud of him. He's an honorary Australian now. Can we fucking swear in chat? Yeah, you can swear in chat. Go for it. Pretty much anything except, you know, what am I trying to say? Racism or sexism or anything like that. If there's any discrimination, I'll just block you. But yeah, you can go hell for the leather champions. I don't think it blocks anything, to be honest. So have fun with it. It's just words, eh? Just words. Alright, we've got enough flex in that to work on it. Looks like no one's been here. There might be some touch-ups, but they could be from the factory. I think he said it's never been opened before. It looks pretty fresh. There's some chewy metal shit from the factory. They got like tri-lobe screws, which is cheap but not great. It leaves metal shavings everywhere. This amplifier's coarse enough of a construction that doesn't really affect it, but you get little metal shavings on an SMD amp. That's the other thing. Like, there seems to be a couple of school of thought now about board manufacturer because of mainly the discourse about what construction method is the best for amplifiers. So this surface mount stuff, right, like Black Star, and you know, some pretty expensive amps that are surface mount. It's all well and good. I mean, like the Tone Master series and stuff. That's all well and good, but my issue is you're dealing with an amplifier that's on the road, right? It's got all manner of shit thrown at it in terms of its whole lifespan. Do you really want pins like this, you know, on an amp that might get beer poured on it, or like metal shavings in it from just like, or like a blob of solder that might, you know. I don't trust stuff like this on the road. And I've got a couple of mates who are very, very great techs. And they're very modernist, right? So they'll be like, no, you got to use the SMD there. It's so silly to do. I'm like, no. There needs to be a certain density of components in an amplifier that you do not get more dense than. Otherwise, you're just sacrificing reliability. So it's hard to get them to square away their beliefs in, like, they want to use modern components, which is fine, but there's a certain form factor that you can't really go below. It's hard to explain, but you don't want certain shit that close together in an amplifier. Simple as that. And if your construction technique makes that required by virtue of the size of the components, then you're probably going to have problems. Pardon me. Oh, Gooden's here. G'day, Gooden. Yeah, the fuck are you? I licked the like button. Yeah, that's the way you do it. Everyone's getting into it. If you were shipped halfway around the world to a penal colony continent that has deadly snakes, crocodiles, spiders, sharks, and jellyfish, you probably swear a lot too. Yeah, well, every time you see something, you go, fuck me. Get it away from me. Can discriminate against Mesa, though. Well, that's not discrimination. That's just assessment and base breakers. I've been editing a video. I need a coffee break. Here I be. You forgot cone snails. Conefish? Walk near them, they shoot a little spear out and kill you. To be honest, I've seen a snake like twice in my life. Everyone amps it up over here. It's Sydney. It's not bloody far north Queensland's where it's sketchy. The further north you get, the harder it is to survive. Down south, we're cushy little fuckers down here. Lyle's in police mode. He's got a star. It's yeah, everyone looks like a sheriff in the chat. The farthest into Black Star I went was a Fly 3 stereo battery powered mini practice amp. Fly 3. Do they make a little practice amp? Beer porn. Wait, what membership did I buy? If you've got to mute for a few, I've got my last meeting of the week to attend. Oh, okay. I've got to mute us for a few. Ah, jeez. Meeting on a Friday. That's a bit mean. Or is that just a time killer there, Travis? Everyone has a meeting on the Friday because they couldn't be fucked doing any work. Pretty little snails with a deadly hypodermic needle. Yeah. The blue-ringed octopus are particularly dangerous because they're so pretty. So kids find them and they're like, oh, wow. And in nature, a bright blue series of rings on your body is nature saying, get the fuck away from me or I'll fuck you up. Whereas to kids, it looks like a toy, right? So that's why blue-ringed octopus is so dangerous. And they wash up and they sit in the rocks, and you know, people go rock fishing and that and take their kids with them and they're trotting around while they're throwing a line in, and they're particularly dangerous in that situation. Yeah, moose is scary, Mark. I don't trust moose. They've got like the attitude of a hippopotamus, but with legs that can make them run like fuck. Well, they run pretty fast too for what they are. Rattlesnakes, copperheads, cottonmouths. So, was it cottonmouths that are really deadly? Satan's little hand puppets. And then you got things like, yeah, like mosquito-borne diseases and stuff. If you go north, you got crocodiles you got freshwater crocodiles and you've got saltwater crocodiles. So you can't go swimming in the river or in the ocean. And then you can't go swimming in the ocean anyway because you've got irukandji and they're the size of your pinky fingernail and you just die. You're like, yeah, there's no chance to get to a hospital. Death is pretty rare though. They do have anti-venoms and stuff everywhere because it is Queensland. They are prepared for it. But, you know, if you're in a remote area trying to get away from civilization, you put yourself at risk. Soldering iron's good to go. Do I have enough 100k resistors? Oh shit, I gave them all to Dad. Oh no. Got to order more. Thought I did order more. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With all that, Australia is the only place on your bucket list. Well, it's worth it, Mark. That's the reason. It's worth all of that. It's not bad. It's part of the place's charm. It's how you know you're alive, because you're always one step away from death. Makes you feel more alive, doesn't it? 61 R61. That's 100k, 100k. R43. Yep, that's the big boys. All right, let's go ahead and change all of them and clean up that silicon. So I need a little chisel. I haven't finished all the refrets yet because yesterday I was busy, but that's one of them with them pressed in. Still hanging over the edge. Got to trim it all still. But I got my 2 fret presses and the jaws handheld press. So I was refretting 3 guitars at once. It looked very impressive for everyone that walked in. Snakes rock. Yeah, I know a lot of people that have pet snakes. I don't know. They don't seem to have enough personality for me, but they claim that they do. Trying to get the BOFA going. Chair's sinking again. Fuck, that pisses me off. Need to get a new fucking damper for it. Piece of shit. Sun's up. Oh yeah. Don't know. I've got to get into the... Well, I've got to get out of the thing where I work 15 hours a day because I need to go for runs and walks in the morning, and I just feel guilty for every spare second that I'm not at the workbench these days because there's so many bills to pay and there's so much to do, and we've got the holiday coming up, and I had a day the other day where the only transaction was someone returning a cable that was too long for them. So that day we had an income of like minus $60, so that was fun. So the retail's dropped off a cliff because everyone's broke because capitalism. but the repairs are still chugging along. So I can't just... There's been no time in my life where I've been able to make money without spending a fuckload of time doing it. So I'm very jealous of all the investment bankers and stuff that do fuck all and just have a regular income, and the landlords and stuff like that, and anyone who was able to set that up early in their life, because I don't seem to be able to make $1 without spending several hours doing so. And the repairs are flooding in. Every day there's a new customer, and once I got them for life pretty much. So the queue is massive and it's growing every day, so it's hard to turn jobs away when you need to make money. So you just need to work your fucking ring out. That's what I'm doing. So I'm supposed to start at 6 AM, but just getting rid of the lead-free solder. So this must be post, 2008 or whenever they brought it in. When was that, Champions? The lead-free solder thing. Alright, we're good. Desolder. Hands-on skill and know-how are criminally undervalued in too many countries, or it'd end up biting us all in the arse. Yeah, well, it's because all the companies are trying to just make everything disposable, eh? G'day, Liz. How you going? Steve, how you going, champ? Part of the reason I've got to work my ass off is because Steve keeps fucking selling me shit, don't you, Steve? What? There's those flies that keep going for the wetness on your eyeballs? That was a big memory of mine the year I spent in Australia. I'd never heard of them, Christopher. I've been as north as, Townsville. And I've been as west as Alice Springs. Or, Uluru was further west. I gotta get over to Perth one day. Pretty much have nothing dangerous in the UK. I'll probably cry. Saw a wild snake. Boris Johnson. Yeah, well, his whole shtick was, let's be super cuddly like a teddy bear, and then no one will realise how fucking monstrous I am. Oh, well, at least him and like Scott Morrison are pretty much irrelevant now, so that's good. Little bit of politics, little bit. Not heaps, but just a touch. You know, it's like salt. You don't want too much. You don't want it to be overpowering, but you need a pinch of it every now and then, don't you? To be fair, Chris, that's really tasty eyeballs. That's speaking of Japan. That's one of their cultural trends they had probably 5 or 6 years ago. I think it was the kids, people were getting off on licking each other's eyeballs. Like, if you're doing that, I feel like you probably, if normal sex is that boring that you gotta lick each other's eyeballs to get off, I feel like maybe you should just start reading books and stuff. Maybe you mix that up with it as well. Like, you might be having a bit too much. My apprentice might be available. Apprentice, yeah, right. The other way around, mate. Yeah, I'm getting through it, but it's just nothing's been just get the job done and out the door. All the other techs around here seem to get them, or they just do half jobs. I don't know. Everything's required some specialist part that's had to be ordered from the States. And you can't just order a part. You got to save up an order until you get it above a threshold to get free shipping. Otherwise, you're paying $30 shipping for a single chip that costs $3. So then you invoice the customer $30 shipping plus $3, $33 plus GST, and then put a 30% margin on top of it. And one chip ends up costing them like $50. It's like, what? It's a fucking $3 chip. It's like, yes, go and order one then. Bring it here. Oh, yeah, that's why. I shouldn't put on the generic customer voice, eh? Oh, thanks, get the letter out. Yeah, that just passed yesterday. It was a little bit bittersweet because it hit 7,000 subs. And I was like, oh yeah, mad. And then I went to take a screenshot and someone unsubscribed, so I went to 6,999. I'm like, oh, you asshole. You just ruined my screenshot. Whoever you are. I'd like to think that they were just cleaning up their subscribership and just deleting everyone, but yeah, maybe I said something I didn't like. I don't know. Who cares? You can't worry about the metrics on this shit. We'll do your head in. You know what would make me really happy? If I had a chair that didn't sink down 1 inch every 30 seconds. Fuck this, I'm just going to stand up. Fucking piece of shit. Ah, wrong camera view. I remember your video, Lyle, when you hit, I think, 2,000 subs and you celebrated with cold pizza. Because that's what I had yesterday. Celebrated 7,000 subs with cold pizza. If you could call it pizza, it was pretty shit pizza. Ooh, someone retracted a message. Curiosity peaked. Never return to cable for being too short or too long. Always end up using it eventually. That's what I told him. Anyway, I won't get into it. But yeah, if you need a 2 meter cable, buy a 3 meter cable because you're going to need that extra meter sometime, right? Aussie salute in Parramatta and Sydney is what they called it. A wave in front of your face. They go for the eyes. Nose and breath. Really? I've never seen that, man. I've been to Parramatta quite often. Parramatta. I'm not into football at all. The silly firms and fighting is so sad. Deer flies are common in any woodsy area with marshal spots nearby. They hang out on the edge of the tree-shaded trails and dive bomb whatever walks by. Hey Brad, how to power a vintage Fender with a Variac? You just plug it in. Not sure what the question is there, man. Audio glitch just as I threw the chair. Of course it is. Fuck. In all serious, Lyle is right. My eyeballs are pretty tasty. So again, I have a unique way of saying g'day. The pizza video seems like a few months ago. Yeah, it's life, man, isn't it? I mean, that was that during COVID? I mean, you guys didn't really have a lockdown, but I think it was a lot of people self-imposed one. So I think that was part of the reason that my channel started and your channel took off, because everyone was chilling at home, relaxing and watching sick videos made by a bloody legend. G'day, Hal. What's going on? Maybe his wife made it take it. Maybe his wife made him take it back. So I went to see Rose Carlio yesterday. Last night, went to the local dickhead club, Panthers. So we've got NRL teams out here. I'm not sure how it works over there, but a lot of our major pubs and clubs. Jesse, thanks, mate. Considering a low wattage Marshall hand wired, would like to go for a 2061X or 1974X. We'll just come down and buy my one, mate. Job done. Lifetime warranty. And I'll just build another one. I remember the dark days of counting toilet paper sheets, yeah. So anyway, I went down to Panthers. So we've got a football team called the Penrith Panthers, which is the local one here that everyone's rah-rah about in this area. I couldn't give a flying fuck about football, but they all have their clubs because it's a big money-making thing. So they make these leagues clubs because it's a football league, right? So it's a leagues club. They're like mini casinos, right? Bars and shit everywhere, restaurants and poker machines and general hellscape of capitalist horse shit, and surrounded by just douchebags with bad haircuts looking for fights, and women that wear way too much makeup and hang out with said dickheads. But anyway, sometimes there's good entertainment there. So I went to see Rose Carlio. I'll give you a link. Now, she had on one of her albums, has she got a Bandcamp? Rose Carlio. She's got an amazing voice. It's a little bit like Etheridge's voice. Carlio. Bandcamp. Bandcamp. Hey, she does. Sweet. So you can go there and listen to it. You can sample it for free, and then if you want to buy one, The Time Is Now. I think The Time Is Now album has recently passed away. Paulie from Screaming Jets playing bass on that album. So he's yeah, Paul Worseen, bass guitar backing vocals is his characteristic backing vocals. So good. So in Paulie's honour, go and listen to this album and hear the amazing bass playing and the amazing voice of Rose. Anyway, she does solo stuff, and then she also has a full band. Now she's got a band consisting of members from Rose Tattoo. You got I think it's Rose Tattoo. So she's had the lineup changes across the years, but. Yeah, okay, so Hell Ain't a Bad Place to Be. She released a cover of the Akadaka one in 2022. But yeah, they get all their guitar stuff done here. I supplied her with a PA system. And there is her homepage as well. So go and check her out if you want to rock out. She's a rock chick. I made the mistake when I first met her years ago. She came to back when I was in the garage. She got recommended by the local guitar shop. It's sort of like a secret knock. If they recommend someone to come direct, it means that they're not interested in making money off that person. They want to send that person direct so that they get a better deal, essentially. And she came around with her acoustic. She's after a refret. I said, what gauge strings are you after on this? Because I noticed you got like 1356 on there or something. Yeah, it was pretty heavy gauge strings, and the action was really high. And she's like, don't you fucking tell me to put thin gauge strings on there. I'm not no pussy. And you see her play, and she's like down picking like bloody James Hetfield. She gives that guitar some stick. So she's got a Takamine Santa Fe with the laser cut inlays and stuff. It's a beautiful guitar. I did a stainless steel refret for about 5 years ago, and I had a look at the frets last night, and they're still like they were just done. Perfect. And she plays like 5 gigs a week, or 3 gigs a week or something. remember. What voltage should I start off with? Should I remove the tubes before testing voltages? Okay, so George, I can see Lyle's helping along here, but are you using it for fault finding? Or are you using it for operating the amp at a lower voltage for tonal reasons? If I'm using it for fault finding, I don't have a current limiter, but I've got a current meter, like a power consumption meter on the wall. I plug the variac into that. The variac's got a fuse, which I can size appropriately. It's like a 2 amp fuse or something, but I can put a lower one in there if I'm concerned something's maybe going to happen quickly. I'll slowly ramp it up, and you're watching the power consumption out of the wall. And if it starts to jump higher than expected, I'll cut her off and look for a short. Although I passively test for shorts before I even do that. So you check your resistance on all your rails to ground, check your diodes and everything. If you've got a amp that's come in dead with a blown fuse, find the short with your multimeter before you go giving it any power. The only time you give it power to find out if something's wrong is if the passive tests don't show up anything. Like if you've got a component that's breaking down under voltage, but with the little voltage of the multimeter it appears fine. Having a current limiter is handy, but the light bulbs that are practical for doing that are now getting almost impossible to find. So you could use something like a resistor. You could make a specialized jig, but I've found that generally what I do, I've never had something that can't be solved with a multimeter, a variac, and a power consumption meter. So that's the way I do it. All original. Want to test with variac before recap. I love the smooth and effortless destruction of all things pretentious and dickheadish in your casual commentary. Thanks, Christopher. That's actually one of the biggest compliments I've had recently. My dad was big on rugby league. Did not support the Warriors from over though. What? He followed the Rabbitohs for decades. I don't know why he chose them. It's just religion. It's not that they're good or bad. It's just that's what you started on. That's what you do. That's why part of the reason I don't like it, because it's thoughtless. It's a religion. It's just another religion, really. Sport. So anyway, our football players get into lots of trouble here because they basically pull these guys out of high school. Oh, you've learned enough. Now you're going to just be a football player and just do that. So they sort of end up with this like suspended, what would you call it? Arrested development, I guess. And they're just like these big, muscly, massive dudes with the minds of like adolescents. So they get into all sorts of trouble, you know, partying and of course because they're bulky and all the local idiots at the pubs that they go to want to try and make a name for themselves by starting fights with them. So they get attacked everywhere they go by meathead idiots, and they get into trouble because they get arrested afterwards and. You know, and then some of them go down the drug path and they night clubbing and they get caught, you know, with some mysterious white substance in the bathroom and all this shit. So they're trying to, because all these mini casinos they run is not enough money for them. They want to expand and like take over the world and become like a political party or some shit, I guess. So they're trying to find more ways to make infinite more amounts of money, right? Because like the billions of dollars they make is not enough with their mini casinos. So they're going over to the States. So where do you go? Like if you love mini casinos, you go to Vegas, don't you? So they're sending their football team over to Vegas to play the opening games of the season for some fucking reason. But then they realised that it's actually really hard to get into the States if you've got a criminal record. So half the players couldn't get over there because they've all got like, you know, DUIs and you know, they've all like just violence, you know, like they've been convicted of assault, and so there's a bunch of these players who they got them over there. So that means to me that they paid the right person off to turn their head the other way. And now all of a sudden these players get over there, and now you can just imagine the coach and the tour manager or whatever just absolutely sweating bullets that these guys are going to do something stupid in the middle of Vegas, where everyone's watching them. it's gonna jeopardize the whole fundraising venture. So at the moment, literally right now, they're over there trying to promote NRL in Vegas. Hilarious. If you've heard all the shit about them in the news over here, it's just hilarious that they're going to send them to Vegas, and they better be on a tight leash. That's all I got to say. Because the biggest thing with football that shocks everyone is we don't wear any body armor and shit. We just destroy each other. So everyone's blown away by that, because you guys go into, oh, we're tough football players, and then you're covered in fucking foam. Like, what? We do it, and they end up covered in blood, and they're still playing. It's stupid, but this is the kind of blokes that play it. So back in the day, it was way worse. These days, it's a lot more kosher. But yeah, just grabbed a pint of Cooper's Stout, best export from Adelaide besides Rhea Ripley. Was she Adelaidean? What? Is she Australian? Dead set. I did not know that. I had no idea. Yeah, Cooper Stout's good. Sheaf Stout's another one. What other Australian beers can you get over there, Alex? Where are you? Brad's right on the meter check first. Yeah, so check passive tests, I call it. So, well, the amplifier's not powered up. My wife had COVID last year, but toughed it out at home without hospitalisation. I never caught it somewhere out. Yeah, we had that, couldn't. Michelle got it, and I didn't get it. And then I got it, and she didn't get it. We did isolate from each other though. When she had it, I literally cleared some stuff out under the pallet and slept in the storeroom here because I didn't know if I had it or not, so I couldn't go stay with my brother until I'd had like 2 or 3 days of negative tests before I could go stay on their couch. That was a weird time. Getting a near embolism, freaking out over a game you have. Exactly, Christopher. That's my point. They're like, yeah, we did really well. We? What's this we business? You were sitting on the couch eating Doritos, you fat fuck. You weren't training for fucking 10 years. Yeah, we won. No, you didn't. They won. You just gave them your money. Anyway, I just don't understand it. I don't get it. It's just a concept that I'm not familiar with, I guess. Hey, and in the meantime, we just did most of the work to this. Oh, hang on. I need 2 more resistors. 62, 33. I just missed 2 because I'm talking shit. So I ordered a bulk order of resistors from Tater Electronics, half-watt carbon films, because I didn't have a reliable supply of I didn't have a good stash of half-watt carbon films, right? So I thought, let's try the Royal Ohms from Tater, but they were like 6 cents each, and I'm going, let's try them anyway. And they turned up, and some, because from what I gather, Zcon has become Royal Ohm. And Royal Ohm, Tater assures us is like, oh, top quality, yeah, try these. And like probably 80% of them are good. Copper leads, look nice, thick leads, not thick, but you know, not wispy, thin leads. And then there's like 20% of them are thin steel leads, and they just look like a thinner enamel on the resistor body. They all check with intolerance, but I don't like the idea of steel leads. So when you're ordering the same part, you're actually getting different devices. So my next questions are, and there's no way I'll be able to find this out from Tater because language barrier, and they're just a huge company. Well, not huge, but a lot of throughput. Very busy. Are the steel ones the new ones, or are they the old ones? So going forward, are the copper leaded ones going to be the standard, or are you actually supplying stuff from 2 different manufacturers and claiming it's Royal Ohm? I don't know. There's probably stuff I'll never be able to find out. Wait, what? Brad swears and talks shit? Yeah, no, absolutely. Note that powering an amp up without output choosing. Yeah, so if you're not using a variac and you plug into the wall without your valves put in, there's no load on the power supply, you could exceed some voltage ratings of components, coupling and bypass caps, particularly in a Mesa Boogie where they use 400 volt caps on the phase inverter. Getting rid of old stock. I hope so, Hal. If the new ones are copper, then that's good. But I did get everything in the E12 series, so there's a lot of values here that I'll probably never use, but just good to have on hand. But yeah, I don't know that I trust them, particularly for my own builds. I kind of want quality for everything, so that means like Vishay or Yagio or Omite or whatever. But to have stock in every value, it's fucking expensive, man. Like I was gonna spec out half-watt carbon films in V-shays or whatever, and it was gonna be like $1,700 for a kit of resistors, like 50 each or whatever. Yeah, we got Doritos over here. I don't eat them because they're weird, cheesy, powdery pus. I just have the unflavored ones with salt, and then make my own flavor with guacamole or salsa. I got a Mexican book at home. I got to get back into that. Oh, that reminds me, Scotty's got some hanger steaks I wanted to buy. Might have to send Michelle to grab some. Want to cook something tomorrow. Okay, that's ready to be put back in. So let's do that. Then we'll flip her over and change the caps on the little board on the other side. Lou, how you going, champ? Yeah, Sheaf Stout is good. Sorry, I asked a question, then didn't follow up. Alex, San Antonio, Texas. Sheaf's is good if it's fresh. So you're an expat, are you? Because how would you know about all this stuff if you're American, born and bred? Yagios are much less than Vishay. Yeah, they are. The Yagios are much less than Vishay or Coasphere, and they're just excellent as long as you get the 350. Yeah, so that comes with the power rating, I guess, as well. Yeah, the Yagios are fantastic. I like the 1 watt ones. They're the size of a 1/4 inch. Quarter watt, 1/4 inch. 350 volt rated 9mm, yeah. So that'd be their 2 watt ones, which is what I just installed in here. They're 9mm. Yep, they're the ones there, Lyle. That's what I just put in. They're the 2 watters. Unless you're talking carbon film, in which case they'd be the same size for a 1 watter. These are metal film. The metal film seem to be smaller for the same power rating. I used to tour. Oh, really? You're a pro muso, Alex? Back in the 80s. Sorry, man. I was just a toddler. I couldn't come out and see you. Half-watt carbon film. Oh. Yeah, I haven't purchased Yagio half-watt carbon films. Even them, getting them per job's fine, but getting a bulk order of them in, the E12 values, it's going to be a pretty penny. But you got to pay, I guess. So I don't know. I have 2 thoughts. Should I just keep those other ones for repairs and stuff, and for builds I'll actually order per amp, get really nice stuff. I think that's the way I'm going to go, because I've got my name attached to those builds. I want to put some real nice shit in, and plus you got things like lead length and whatever to contend with if you're doing turret builds or whatever. Generally, from now on, I think I'm going to do pretty much everything PCB, which requires a lot more setup work, but you can make multiple amplifiers at the drop of a dime then. Who can afford to drop a dime these days? The other thing that this has, which as of yet has no issues, but it's got the anode lead for the reverb driver passing over the socket, which can cause issues. You wanted cheesels. So cheesels it's like an expanded, I guess, wheat tube, like 90% air, and it's covered with this powdery stuff, similar to the Dorito dust, right? And you put them on your fingers and you eat them off your fingers as a kid. I think probably as an adult too, because it's hard to get out of that habit. Okie dokie. So these ones are splooging out their lead ends. I was an instrument tech for Leader 4, the Plasmatics, Blue Oyster Cult. Jesus, had to retire because I have retinitis. Is that an eye thing? Die, IC Cap. I know you're already half dead, but she's got the splooge spewing out the lead hole. Quality. Quick gear review for everyone. My old string winder died and I got a Music Nomad winder. This thing is just a joy. Highly recommended, about $10. Music Nomad. So that's that. Is that eBay company? Music Nomad string winder. Are they the real high end or the real low end company? Oh, is that the one with the cutter on the end, or is it the MN221? Desk share. Piss off. Is it that one, Lyle? One of my competitors, GSUS4. $25 over here. That tracks. I just got the these are the ones that are everywhere. Parts Land. I don't know what company is responsible for them. I've never seen Parts Land on anything else, but they're just ubiquitous everywhere. Does the job. And then for the bass ones, just got the Dunlop piece of shit with the big oversized peg receiver thingy. Peg receiver. Who received a peg? Yeah, I don't even try and use the bridge pin remover. Just use a business card and my side cutters for that. Works better. So using the last of my F&Ts. So watch your P's and Q's. cut off that silicon. Bit annoying that they've got the wire passing through the cover. Take that screw out. Yeah, a bit nervous about attaching anything to a drill. There's some things I just want to do at normal pace because I'm observing other things while I'm doing it. Like I had those Ernie Ball motorized ones, weren't they? Piles of shit. It was like made by the company that makes like the toy drills for your kid. And they brought in a rechargeable one, which was even worse. Bit of cold chisel going on. Did cold chisel really make a splash in the States? See, there's bands that are huge here, and like no one knows them overseas. Like the Screaming Jets. They were a pretty massive band here, but I don't think they ever really broke the States. I know they toured the States, but one of our members, Scotty, SK-Man22, he's the guitarist in the Screaming Jets. But then a lot of Americans probably never heard of him. But I think Cold Chisel did break. There's the two biggest bands were like Cold Chisel and ACDC. ACDC is just global. Like they really cracked the code. And then you got bands like the Angels, which came close but just imploded beforehand because of members loving heroin too much. You don't change the strings, you just buy a new guitar. Good move, Mark. BOFA. Get a BOFA up, yeah. What do you want about, Gooden? I've got Missy Higgins in my head.
Doesn't it sound familiar?
Do you guys know Missy Higgins? Miss O'Higo? She was a indie piano artist out here that cracked the primetime radio. I figured my channel having vintage Voxes, Fenders, Marshalls and the Lollas lately, it might be a nice place to hear. I'm happy with the $10 gadget. I've been told I'm a snob, and by such dreadful common people. Yeah, how dare they comment on your channel? My tip's too small. Story of my life. People think you're a snob because you're well enunciated, Lyle. Just that's what it is. Not to be classist or anything, but if you literally speak like a literate person, These people will get upset at you. I've noticed that by the way they type and their spelling mistakes as they abuse you. So I wouldn't read too much into it, mate. And the other thing that shits me is you see people comments on forums and stuff going, oh, Lyle, nothing's good enough for him. Oh, fucking no, is this and that. It's like, dude, he's giving you free information to save you money and you're upset at him. Like, fucking hell, like. He's saving you money by giving you free advice and you don't want to hear it. You just want to get upset at him. It's just people, dumb fucks on the internet, mate. What do you expect? Wasn't Crowded House an Aussie band? Yeah, sure, yeah, they were Aussie. Yep. They're actually New Zealand, good, but there's a long-running thing where anyone who's particularly talented that's New Zealand, we just claim that they're Australian and we claim them, we steal them. Come on, heat up, Tip. I think Gibson and Fender guitars aren't anywhere near as good as they used to be. I'd rather have a Sir. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, fucking neck stiff. Yeah, they're taking the piss with the quality these days, but people seem to. It's like, oh, what's he criticising Gibson for? Like, oh, nothing's good enough for him. It's like, fine, go and spend fucking $6,000 on an amplifier that is 12 watts and will probably die in 3 years. Go for it. Or you could listen to us and understand that we're giving you our advice for free. I wonder if car channels have the same bullshit going on where people are like, oh, fucking, why does he hate that car? It's like, because he's a mechanic. Well, I already bought one. I don't want to tell the chat that I bought one, but I bought one and now I'm upset. Love it. It's the internet, bro. It's what you get. Spend $6,000 on a guitar and have tooling marks. Yeah, exactly. All the Gibsons, they have planer marks on the fucking fretboard. Like, really? Or if they don't have planer marks, if the planer was particularly blunt that day and no one noticed and didn't change the blades, what do? They go with a razor blade and they scrape between the frets and make a little mountain up to each fret, like scalloping, but inadvertently. And because they're just using a shitty Stanley blade that's been floating around on the bench and they probably pulled from the packing guy's fucking knife, there's all nicks in the blade and you see all the lines from the nicks in the blade from some dickhead. And this is like a $6,000 guitar. Like, no thanks. No thank you. Because that's not easily fixable without a refret. It's like, okay, you bought a $6,000 guitar and then you need to do a refret to it to make it look decent. It's like, fantastic. And of course, being the tech, we're always the bearer of bad news. We're the one that cops it from company and other companies' fucking disinterest in pleasing their customers. Shut up, BOFA. But anyway, some people just, I don't know. You could tell them, you could get off them, tell me exactly what you want my channel to be and I'll make it that. And if they wrote like a 16-page essay on how exactly what they want your channel to be, they'd come back in 6 months and go, oh, this is shit. So, whatever. I think it's just generally unhappy people that want to take it out on someone. It's like road rage, you know? They're not actually angry at the traffic. They're angry at their life and they take it out on the traffic. That's what it is. It's their one primal form of release, yelling at people at a roundabout. Human nature. Later forming. Oh, it's turned cloudy. So I've got the Taddies. And I've got the last of the F&Ts. The last of the Mohicans. Card channels are like that too. Beamer snobs and Audi snobs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you'd have all your prestige brands. And a bit of snobbery involved there. But what I find funny is they're like, oh, Lyle's a snob. It's like, hang on, if he was a snob, he'd like any amp that costs $6,000, wouldn't he? But he's saying, no, buy this $800 amp because it's better than this $6,000 amp. This is gold. This is gold information. You should be falling over yourselves for that information. But no, they want to, oh, he's a snob. He doesn't like my amp. Oh, well. Off you go, champ. I want your channel to be something you don't feel too stressed to make content for. Thanks, Jim. Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason why the membership thing is cool, because it feels like starting the channel again, where we're just hanging out and talking shit. Whereas on this channel, I think we should be a little bit more focused. Channel on this, you know, the public, whatever. Oop, just slip with the silicon, put it everywhere. Goodbye F&T. Too expensive now. Tube Amp Doctor is just as good. If not better, because it actually has a temperature rating. Trying to find proper data sheet information on F&T, everything's like hush hush. I think they do have a data sheet somewhere, but they just do sneaky shit, like they'll change the size of the can and just it's the same part number and just now it's got a bigger can. It's like, what the fuck? So no, I've had enough of that shit. Off you go. Tube Amp Doctor it is. And that's a 22 microfarad 450 volt. That's about the size of a radial cap but in axial form. It's great. I suppose, Alan, it's a bit like I was saying this to someone yesterday. It's like when all you've got a hammer is how's the saying go? When all you've got is a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail. All we see is broken shit. So of course we have a radar for things that could soon be broken shit. And if you flag stuff that could soon be broken shit, but there's not currently broken shit, people hear that as, oh, it's a piece of shit. It's like, well, no, you could have this issue in the future. So if that's a problem for you, maybe avoid this amp. But then the guys who have already bought that amp get upset because they don't like hearing the truth. They just want to hear that they're a smart, good boy. They're a big happy birthday boy. Ah, Dr. Gear, here he is. Tell the viewers about Celastic using. I'm using roof and gutter silicon because it's neutral cure. And the roof and gutter thing is just marketing. It's just neutral cure silicon, RTV. Don't buy expensive silicon. Just make sure it's neutral. It's not touching metal anyway. It's just touching fiberglass and plastic wrapper. But yeah, don't use anything that will off gas, anything corrosive. Yeah, world needs more of it instead of insane marketing bullshit. I'm getting really sick of guitar channels, man, because it's just constantly, this thing's so amazing. It's like, fucking put your dick back in your pants, mate. Oh my God. And you're listening to it and you're like, is everyone else hearing what I'm hearing? It sounds like a squashed ass piece of shit, and everyone's like boxy and no depth, and it's breaking up weird, and tremolo's got a weird fizz on it at the peak of the waveform. I'm not talking about any particular amp here, am I? But everyone in the chat, I think it's because they suck so much at playing guitar. When they hear a good guitarist play a shit amp, they're like, fuck, that's amazing. And yeah, it is amazing. You give a good guitarist the shittiest sounding rig and they'll play to the rig. particularly when there's no arrangements and they're just improvising. But you get it home and you try that shit and you're playing the old Sweet Child of Mine or whatever. It sounds like arse. Whatever. People buy with their eyes. So, yeah. Never going to change. Alright, we're all capped up. I'll just clean off my flux a little bit there. I'll be pretty bored. We'll move on to the next one. What have we got next? Got a 5150. Oh, we've got a pretty funny one. I'll do a funny one next. Keep you entertained. What are you doing up this early, 6? You don't open till bloody 11 o'clock or something? Lazy fuck. Well, I don't open till 10 on Saturdays anyway, because I want to do repairs beforehand. Spend time with you legends. Yeah. John Cordy's. I don't know that, Christopher. I'll have to check that out. My chat's gone away on my phone. Hang on. It locked itself. Oh, now it's gone away permanently. Fantastic. Okay. Chat. Hello. There we go. We're back. Alright, where were we in the chat? Will I let that alcohol sink in? Victor. Aloha. I guess that means bye as well. See you, mate. Have fun running your errands. Lyle calls out cost cutting by corporate bean counters that make expensive amps less reliable. That's a good thing, I would think. Yeah, that is an absolute good thing. And the thing that really kills me is they're usually saving a couple of cents. And it's often on amps that they're not producing so many that would equal multiple tens of $1,000s. Like, if you save 1 cent on an iPhone and you're going to make 50 million of the things, that's significant. So, you know, I understand that. But if you're making 20 amps a year and you're cutting costs, it's like, bro, what's the difference? Your overheads would be so much more of a percentage than the difference between that 30-cent capacitor and that $1 capacitor, right? So buy the $1 capacitor. Seriously. It's going to give you less headaches. You're going to have a better reputation because it won't fucking go short circuit. But they always choose the 30-cent capacitor every time. Like the amount of boutique amps with the generic silver micas. Fuck silver micas in general to start with. But if you are going to use them, use the CDEs or the CDMs, not the bloody SM branded ones that always go open circuit and noisy. But it goes to show that these guys aren't techs because they haven't encountered that problem. And they're probably not friends with techs either. So they've got to talk to techs. Like, if you're not a tech, talk to techs. What caps should I use? Become part of the community. Chat to everyone. Have, you know, be a champion. Be a champion. Because we'll tell you this shit for free. Just fucking join the community and hang out, and you'll learn this stuff and see what the common problems are, and instead of building these problems into your $6,000 amplifier and then having us bad trash talk it on our video channel 12 months later. Maybe mention that no designer is perfect. Oh, absolutely, Scott. Yeah, it's different from Fender and Boogie where they know what they are doing is shit. Yeah. So there's just short, oversights. Like they maybe just missed something and whatever. Fair enough. Like, everyone's human. But when they are systematically doing cynical shit to make stuff cheap, or just straight up lying like Mesa Boogie does, just lie. Just lying to their customers. That's bullshit. I have a Blues Deluxe and I've never had a problem with it yet. Yeah. Have you noticed, Alan, that's died down a bit now because they've all had problems now? John is always like, I don't know if I like this. John, which John was that, Scotty? Oh, fucking neck's killing me. Wasn't even headbanging last night. People get so precious about their preferred guitar gear brands. It's a bit like sports fanatic mentality you were talking about earlier. Nothing rational about it. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's really hard to talk to them. Because you need to, if you're going to present rational arguments, you need to be talking to a rational person, or they won't be received, or they'll just get attacked. I think what bugs me is all the review channels by people who can't play for shit and have never been in a band. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't do reviews, because I play like shit and I'm barely in a band. I think a lot of it is people see other channels and they get really excited by it and they think it'd be fun to start their own channel, and that's fair enough. But as soon as you start getting financially involved in people's purchase decisions, it gets a little bit hazy as to the ethics of it there. I don't open till later so I can do repairs and pack orders for shipping. Oh, pack orders! You got some orders? I hope you got some orders. Everyone go buy stuff from Dr. Gear. He needs to go on holidays with me. I think some manufacturers need to put a cease and desist on YouTube channels until they learn to tune a guitar. Really? I haven't encountered that a lot, but yeah, is there some channels that just don't tune before they do a review? Is there, Alan? Send us a link, we'll have a laugh. People think it's me. Is people who can't play for shit. So you think that you can't play for shit? Whatever. So a lot of the... But Lyle, that's the other thing I don't get. Some of the other valve amplifier repair channels don't play at all. Like, they can't play. They can't play a guitar. They don't even try. So, you know. I mean, you can tell Lyle is very proficient with music theory. He's got his hand injury, which makes playing difficult, but honestly, he can play chords better than me. I'm a fucking power chord champion. I'm a shit guitarist. I'm very lacking in the musical theory. I've got to get into that, but literally, I've got about 3 spare seconds a day, and usually that's taken up with staring at a wall and crying. Lyle was invited into Tone Talk with Dave Friedman, with his channel had less than half the subscribers he does now, because he's an unpretentious, no bullshit guy who knows his shit from experience. Yeah, there you go. Sean Tubbs. Yeah, I've got to watch that. I've got to get across some of these names that I hear all the time, and I'm not familiar with their work. Old Jace is a bit of a gun of a player. Cheeky bastard, building amps, bloody playing guitar well. What else can he do? I bet he makes a mean gazpacho too. I just had a bloke email me asking about Lazy J's. Lives in Thailand, so I suggested Seriatone because it's on the mainland. It's in Malaysia, but it's like 200 k's away or something. That's probably the best solution for him in terms of repairability, because he said, yeah, that his primary concern is he doesn't know any techs in Thailand, and I don't either. I want to find more techs in Asia that I can recommend to people. It's just as difficult because there's a language barrier and stuff. And if anyone's watching this and they know some good European or Asian techs, let me know, because I want to be able to promote them if they're good. John Nathan Cordy, very conversational, one camera, creates a new backing track and creates improvised gorgeous intros every single day. Yeah, that is dedication. That's good. I'll have to check that out, Chris. If I put up, I can't put up a link. I'll just look up his name. Lyle is playing stuff that pushes the amp to see if it's flubby or sizzly. Yeah, that's the thing. He's playing intervals that makes things show up. What's a reverse diode between friends? Yeah, what was that on again? The reverse diode? That was on something recently, wasn't it? What resistors in between friends? Yeah, on the high watt. So that customer got the amp back the other day. Because the thing was, it was sounding, it was putting out full power, it was making signal, but it just had that distortion, and it just sounded weird. And he just thought that was just how the amp sounded, because it was producing signal and strong signal, but something wasn't quite right. And it's like, you don't have to be a gun player, but there's probably a lot of gun players that would have just, they play so well that they wouldn't have noticed that. And instead, when you hit certain notes, it just, something wasn't, it was weird. It sounded almost a little bit of an essence of like when you accidentally wire a pickup out of phase. It was just that weirdness to it. Like the weird reedy sort of just brittle upper mid-range. And when we finished it and we played it, we're just like, oh, yeah. And we plugged it into the Marshall 74 quad up there, and everything sounds great through that thing. So we cranked it up, and he had just two of the EL34s installed, so the cab was safe, and we cranked it up quite a bit, and it sounded glorious after that. He's like, oh man, thank you. I'm like, that's alright. He got a pretty good deal on that, because I think everyone knew it was a problem dog and no one could figure out why, and everyone sold it as like fully functional but at a suspiciously low price. And he got the deal of the century, because it didn't cost much to fix that up once I sussed it out. The old high watt. It was interesting doing a deep dive into the phase inverter in them, because I've never really, I don't see that many of them, so I haven't really sussed out how the phase inverter and everything works. But yeah, it's not your typical long tail pair, so it was good to learn a bit about that as well. I don't know everything. I believe every amp has a sweet spot. I just haven't found it on a PV yet. Steve Morse. Well, I haven't found it on a Messer yet, so you know. Cordy buys a lot of the Geary reviews. Well, that to me means he's probably been pretty genuine, because if you're buying it yourself with your own money and then you're selling it on, you put your money where your mouth is. If you're getting shit for free, it's straight away, it's a bit suspicious. But still waiting for your review of that $40,000 Ritter Encore. Nah, not interested in that piece of shit. That's not for musicians. That's a stupid thing. Demos and reviews are different to me. I don't mind people demoing stuff as long as they're not trying to sell it to me. Well, that's the thing. They kind of all are. Particularly the dedicated review channels that aren't techs. Because to me, I think you kind of need to... How am I going to put this? So if money's of no object to you and you don't care how long the amp lasts, don't take it apart. Don't look at any construction methods. So is that you? Are you Joe Bonamassa? You don't care how it's built because it goes in the cupboard as soon as you bought it, because you're a collector, not a... Well, he is a player too, but he's got hundreds of amps that he never plays. But if you are buying this amplifier as your main weapon of choice, and it needs to be reliable, and you're going to get upset if you've got to spend money on it within a few years, you do need to take it apart and have a look, in my opinion. And they seem to act like that's just not a thing. Anyway, I wouldn't mind terribly if Uncle Doug had a tuner. I play rings around Leo, Fender, and Jim Master, yeah. I wish Uncle Doug had a friend that pushed the amps a bit more. So does he never get anyone else playing them? I thought, I thought he did sort of what Lyle did and had people in to play him from time to time. Uncle Doug just uses a phone, doesn't he? He just films on his phone. I was just playing some $5 chords up the neck of this telly. I goddamn love the Rutters compensated saddles. Flick us a link for them, Lyle. I haven't seen those ones, I don't think. Morse used a Butcher for years. Butchers are good. I don't mind them. John often buys the Geary reviews second-hand or new, or borrows. He's not a shill. If he's being paid, he lets you know. Yeah, that's good. He's being honest. have to take away about half of his effects. Retread, how you going, legend? Yeah, it's a Fender reissue. So now I'm just gonna check the sockets. They're nice and tight. There was a little bit of microphonics up the front end. Had a Marshall come in the other day where it was putting DC on the guitar jack because someone had spilled a beer on V1 socket. So it was getting leakage back through the grid. They look pristine. Belton's nice. Pins look good and straight. Sovtex, probably the stock valves, I guess. Don't think these have been removed since it was built. Fancy jazz chords. Vintage Sounds Twin. Ah, that's, yeah, the Vintage Sounds Twin clone. Yeah, that's the one with the reverse diode. Did they not even turn it on? Like, clearly that fucking builder doesn't play. Jesus. Ah, Brown Dog Amps. I've heard of them. I think they're one of the good guys. That's one way to name your company. What am I going to name your company and you're staring at your dog? I'll name it Brown Dog. Just finished putting the lollas in the white telly. It's like a different guitar. Really? Huh. AI's Guitarville cammed me. Scammed me. Al's Guitarville. Okay, I just think AI. Al's Guitarville scammed me. Lost a few guitars. Yeah? Spewing. Hope you talk to the coppers about that. Mesa? Off is good. It's good setting that. That's how you dial them in, you turn them off. Pick up something else. There you go. Got the link there from Lyle. Colin Fazio, Chris, the Australian Ant Tech, have the best dogs. Chris and I are going to catch up for a beer at some point soon. When I'm out that way, he lives in like the bougie bloody northern beaches. I'm just a westy fucking scumbag. If it doesn't, reviews drop on the same day for a new piece of gear, chances are that it's coordinated PR campaign. Yeah, especially when the amp's not on the market yet. So, and the channels are on the take, yeah. Colleen, Hank, check out Australian Amp Tech. Chris is good with like whiteboard tutorials and just basic explanations of stuff. Alright, we're caught up with chat, so that means we've got to do more work. The only good messer is one you managed to sell to some other poor bastard, yeah. Do some touch-ups on the solder connections, reinstall that bias pot. We'll start doing the measurements and some sound samples. Well, you know, not sound samples, but you can hear it live. Since I'm not doing a video on this one, I haven't got time. It's got to get picked up today at lunchtime. It's a rush job. So I might run that blue wire around on the chassis. Yeah, all the wires have got like a 1/4 inch of fucking bare lead exposed. It's shit work, Fender. It's a shame. Fender. Problem is, everything I touch up now, because it's that shitty lead-free solder, pretty much need to clean the joint and resolder it, everything I touch up. So that's when it starts to get a little time-consuming. You got this bloody heater wiring flying in midair. I fucking hate that shit. I want it down in the corner, out of the way. It's right next to the grid connections. I'm not a fan of flying heater wiring. I like it down in the corner. It looks neater. It's easier to work on and maintain the amp. Beware the blue wire. Yeah, that's the one that's getting cut out. Bullshit. I have the best dog. Is that Bella? Is that your dog's name? You named it after your favourite series, your favourite movie, didn't you? Didn't know you're a Twilight fan there, Lyle. I heard the other day, and I looked it up, and apparently it's legit. 50 Shades of Grey started off as a Twilight fan fiction. And Michelle loves them both. I told her, and she didn't believe me, and we looked it up, and yeah, sure enough, 50 Shades of Grey started off, and that's why there's so many similarities in the personality between the chicks. Lyle, live tomorrow? Don't plan on it. Haven't done the thumbnail yet. You've already done 2 weeks in a row. You normally only get one a month out. Anyone try Tone Pro Jacks like a Switchcraft with penis captivus? No, I've seen the ones. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them. You kind of want, I know it makes sense, sort of, but you kind of want the contact to be pushing sideways on the contact on the end of the pin, so it pushes against the housing a bit better. But I think they've got a second contact for the ground, so that's probably a moot point. Sydney has Westies too. I'm in Auckland. West used to be very bogan. Going by what you said about pubs, it sounds like West Sydney is still quite bogan. Oh yeah, it's bogan as fuck. It's very bogan. Bought a Bad Cat Lynx. Can't wait to see you or Lyle tear into one. Well, Jim, I've already torn into one, a Lynx 50, and I was pretty happy with it. I think from memory, the construction made it a little bit difficult to work on because it's like basically built like a matchless. So you've got like 3 layers of parts. It's like diving down into the nether regions of the cities in the Fifth Element. But you want to change those shitty caps. I forget what brand they are. But yeah, they start leaking, and when they leak on the chassis because it's an inverted chassis, and spread all across the thing with the stuff. You got to remove a bunch of stuff to clean up all the crap that leaks out of them. John told it. Oh, someone's trying to. Who's trying to ring me at 8 a.m.? Come on, man. Do I answer it? Mm. What happened to the camera then? Just changed its view. Sometimes I answer phone calls because they give me anxiety if I don't know what the fuck people are after. Bella Bambina. That's the name. Oh, it's Crowded House. Yeah, yeah, okay. Of course. Yeah, I forgot you're a massive Crowded House fan. 50 Shades Rabbit Hole. Lack of personality. Yeah. Very bad acting in that movie. The acting is terrible, but that's not what it's about. I think the new Lynx is different. Oh, is it? Is that a new one you got, Jim? Tear it apart, mate. Show us. Send us some photos. It's alright, don't worry about the typos, Alex. He said we had words after she chewed an umbilical cable in an amp. Well, she won't do that if it's plugged in, eh? You've only got 110 volts over there. That'll just give them a bit of a wake-up call rather than, you know, put them under the ground. That's why she avoids all amps now. Actual phone calls are a gut punch to many nowadays. What do you mean, like with anxiety and shit, Ted? Like kids can't fucking deal with people ringing them. Well, it's probably because every time they get a phone call, someone wants them to pay money for existing. Can't blame them for that. What's going on with this thing? It's sitting weird. Are you speaking from experience there, Ted? Have you got like kids that hate getting phone calls or something? Blue Wire. Modern folks only do texts, if that. You gotta like send them an email before you send them a text before you phone call them. It's pretty annoying when you just want to find something out quickly, particularly in this trade. You got to find out, you know, this is going to cost this much, or I need to get this part, and you want to pick it up tomorrow. You need to answer your fucking phone. I think social interaction in general is difficult, particularly with young kids that have just lived through lockdowns and stuff, and being permanently online. So I see Scotty's pretty much finished his Princeton reverb that he used the layout that I sent him for, which is a similar layout to Lyle's deluxe reverb thing, but for a Princeton. Thank you, Lyle, for your heads up. I did change pretty much everything, but I did use your little items that you drew in DIY LC, which was very handy because I hadn't had a proper database of them yet. I've got to look into how to create your own symbols in DIY LC, so I can do DIY layouts for more stuff and put them on my webpage. I like the idea of champions building things, mate. I want to encourage it every chance I get because it's so fun, and I want other people to feel the joy of making something and it working. Lead dress isn't great on that. Got a call back from Ronald Bogner. Yeah? Very cool and helpful with the client's issue. Get him on the channel. Get him on the channel, Lyle. No Inspector Gadget. I'll whistle what I want. Thank you very much. A guy's offering to trade me a 1980 Dodd 250AD for my Alchemist foot pedal. Really? Interesting. Righty then. No, I didn't hear any popping or clicking or anything when this thing was going, so I think those leads aren't too bad where they are. The one thing I was going to change, I think C28. You like Danger Mouse? I think the driver stage, yeah, the driver stage had a 22 microfarad in the... I should change that to a 4.7. Oh, well, all it does is make it cut in and cut out quicker, the old trem. And whenever you refer to some kind of inferior product, I think it's pus. I giggle like an idiot. Yeah, it is kind of funny. I don't know where I got that from, but what a piece of pus. Festering shit. Man, it honestly feels like yesterday that I was here on Saturday. Like, because I remember thinking, oh, the guys are mowing the lawn again. Because they mow like every Saturday. And I think they just pulled up again. It feels like about 5 minutes has passed since last weekend. It's insane. Dead Mouse, yeah. Dead Mouse is cool. Festering gob. Excellent lead dress on the heater wiring there, Fender. Just lovely. Fedner. That's the wire that just is hanging on by a strand. So let's fix that. A little bit down there that I can't get to with the solder gun, so I'll just use a bit of braid for that. It looks like the wire's a bit corroded, like the solder just didn't stick to it because it had some corrosion on the surface of the wire, so they just went meh, whatever. And the solder just formed a blob at the base of the lead without making a reliable connection, but it was still hanging on by a strand, so I doubt that was the cause of any issues. But it could be in the future. 175 of dog. What? Whose dog weighs that much? Hey Brad, I know it's a gigantic muck around, but have you thought about having a used gear section in the shop? I know people would buy with a lot of confidence from you. I've already got used gear for sale. But I can't put things on consignment because you need a second-hand dealer's license here. A lot of guys just do it anyway. There's a lot of stores that sell stuff on consignment on the down low, but it's illegal because obviously you're opening up possibility of selling stolen equipment. And there's a government database you have to upload all the customers' details to, and you have to hold things for a month before you can sell them. So it's just too much fucking about. And there's also a licensing fee you've got to pay every year. I think it's multiple $1,000s too, just to have the ability to do it. You've also got to print a sign on your front window in A4, clear, black and white, showing your license and that you're a second-hand dealer's license. Almost no one does that, but if I was to do it, I want to do it legally and be above the rest of the hacks that do that shit and sell fucking crap gear, because yeah, I want people to trust me. But as soon as you start selling stuff on consignment, you get every fuckwit junkie and their dog coming here and trying to sell shit that's either shit, falling apart, and they want market price for a pristine amp for their piece of shit that's got cigarette butts in the back of it. You're just dealing with scumbags all of a sudden, hundreds and hundreds of scumbags. So I'm not interested. I'd rather sell new stuff or stuff that I've done a trade on, or stuff that I've purchased outright in broken condition, repaired and resold. But yeah, I do have some stuff for sale. I've got a Jet City there, a couple of other bits and pieces, a few guitars that I've fixed up. The Vox Domino bass is for sale that I've already restored. Pus is such a putrid word. Everything is poop and it's hilarious too. Yeah. Enjoy it while it lasts. What desolder gun do you use? I nuked my Hakko and don't want to rob a bank to buy a new one. Well, you'd have to rob 2 banks for this one, because that handset alone's about $1,000. That's a Pace SX100 solder extractor with the ESD safe leads, conductive rubber. Why does my phone keep turning off? Thomas, the membership gets shared with random people who happen to be on stream at a time, so it gives you people an incentive to come on the live streams because they might get gifted a membership. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Fully sick, bro. Alright, let's plug everything back in. I think I've got my mic set up under there. I've got to put a better cab under the bench, I think. I'm getting sick of this open back piece of shit. Is someone trying to get in? Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, man. Say hi. This is Ben. He's picture framing warehouse.
G'day crowd, where's the camera?
We've got one here.
Oh.
We've got one here, shooting down. See, I've got the normal camera views this. So you're watching the amp repairs and that, and then that's the face cam.
Nice and clean
Watching
as
our
usual.
beautiful face. What's going on? You working?
Yeah, just come in, grab the coffee and get into it.
Another coffee, lads. Look at that.
Designs to do this morning.
Yeah.
How'd you go with the triple fret?
Not fully complete. I did 2 of them and got halfway through this one, or not even halfway, but yeah, that'll be pretty quick now. But then that one just got up to the bit where it starts to get difficult because you've got to work around the heel and all of the sound hole and all of that. So
Makes a difference though. It's looking beautiful.
yeah, the stainless is a big upgrade too. I just went to see. I was just telling the boys before. Went to see a customer of mine play at Panthers last night, and I did a refret on her. It was actually a Taka mini guitar as well. about 5 years ago, and she plays like at least 3 gigs a week, and it looks like I just put them in a few weeks ago, you know. So they barely wear. They do wear eventually, but it takes a bloody long time. So if you're a regular gigging musician, you should really think about stainless frets. But yeah, anyway, it doesn't help the tedium of doing 4 refrets in a row. There's guys that do just that. I don't know how they bloody stay sane. Yeah, is it getting warm out there yet?
Yeah, it's a bit still.
It was steamy in here when I came in.
Well, enjoy the coffee.
Thanks, mate. Fucking legend. I'll get those bits to you as soon as he cuts them. I sent him the drawings.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was just because you sent us the profile.
Yeah.
I'll just get him moving on it.
Yeah.
So
I was just gonna say.
I might flick you a copy actually before he goes ahead because he won't touch them till Monday, Tuesday. So yeah, we'll see how he goes.
I was just gonna say, you said you'd cut the whole board and make a few extra. Yeah?
Well, he was gonna do because you want the 800, right?
Yeah.
We'll do the 800 and then we'll just make concentric ones inside that.
Okay.
So he'll just be using an 800 by 800 square, which is just an offcut, you know.
Yeah.
So he'll do that. Did you want other sizes as well?
I
Or?
was just gonna say, I was thinking this morning, since you said you'd use the sheet or whatever, it would be inside that.
It'd just be offcuts. So when they cut out a kitchen or whatever, there'll be a leftover off a few sheets, and they'll chuck it back in the rack.
But
So
you
he's
do the internal.
yeah.
that's
So
not
he'd just be pulling out a piece, probably 1200 by something, whatever they've got floating around. He won't dedicate a whole sheet to it, but he'll just use an offcut. So if you wanted a full sheet, you can do a full sheet,
Yeah.
but it's going to cost a bit more. That's all.
Yeah, no, we'll stick to the plan. But I
Yeah.
was just thinking, as the frame got smaller, maybe narrow.
Oh yeah, make it a smaller profile. Yeah, you could do that.
Is that alright?
Yeah.
Just mention that.
You've got your rebate to contend with though, so the smallest you could go to is like probably 20.
20 would be good.
Yeah, 20 would work.
If you made every other one 20,
Yeah, just the big one 30 and every other one 20.
Yeah.
All right, I'll flick him that then.
all I need is a 5mm rebate.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be sweet. Because I was just thinking of getting a bit heavy size for that size.
Yeah.
With.
Yeah, it's going to be rigid enough. You don't silicon in the frames at all? Everything's removable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got your glass, and yeah, that stuff's pretty stiff anyway.
It is.
Should be fine.
Plenty of other stuff like that. Yeah, that'll be fine. That's all I was going to say, bro.
Yeah, sweet as man.
Enjoy your coffee.
I thought you were some arrogant customer trying to get in bloody 2.5 hours before I open.
Have a good day. See you soon.
Have a good one.
Bye.
I do consignment sales and I cut off the level of what I take in. Is that to be under the limit of having a license? Pardon me. SX80s can be had cheap. Yeah, but they're all fucked. I've got one up there, and what happens to them is the silicon leaded insulation on the wires decays, and the thermocouple goes in them, so it just constantly heats up and just destroys itself. Yeah, well, if you got gifted a membership, it will be part of our members only live stream tomorrow. Another coffee. Fuck. There's 3 shots in that, and that's got an extra shot in it as well. So we're gonna be firing on all cylinders, as they say. Okay, the live chat's gone away again. Come back. Turn it down. Press play so the screen stays live. Oh, you have a second-hand dealer's license, right? It has to be in decent condition or else I charge to have it brought up to snuff, yeah. Marketing Brad, tell him he's special. He's special. Just catching up on the chat, legends. Brad's Guitar Garage, do you tend to do live streams every Saturday/Friday in New York? Gotta say, there's some definitely lifting my mood after yesterday's... Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that, Christopher. But yeah, that's what we're about. We're about lifting moods here, champion. Yeah, it's one of those things, eh? Went to too many funerals last year. I hope we don't get any this year. It's I hate funerals, man. I get like a panic attack right before them. It's the only thing that really freaks me out, and it's because there's so much emotion flowing around, and I feed off other people. I'm a bit of an empath, I guess, and I can be at a funeral for someone I've never met, and I'm there to support someone else, and I get teary-eyed because seeing everyone else fucks me up. And I'm drained for the rest of the day, pretty much. I can't do anything, can't function for the rest of the day after a funeral. It fucking knocks me for six, even if I barely knew the person. It just completely drains me to the point where it's almost like severe depression for the rest of the day. I just can't move. It's weird, and it's the one thing I haven't figured out about myself. One day, maybe. We'll see. I often find myself wondering what my friend would say if he was here. Probably let me out of this damn box. Good one. Always bringing the dark humour. Just call them a couple of things that are worthy of pus classification. Well, have I got a gift for you, Christopher? Once we finish this one, we'll move on to some real pus. She doesn't come into your shop room. Yep, well that's after you and her had words, I guess. Used to know a guy, his uncle was a thief. You give him a shopping list, he would get you the exact model of Marshall you want. Motherfucker. People like that need to be bloody... Yeah. Theft is one of the things where I would not hesitate to just beat someone to a pulp if they stole shit. If someone brags about it, I'll throw them a beer at them and just throw a bar stool at them, and I don't care about any consequences. If you're a thief, you're open season to me. Open fucking season on thieves. Especially these days when everyone's struggling to make ends meet. It's very leveling to live with a smart dog. my brother and his fiance have this dog, and it's a black Labrador cross Kelpie. So you imagine the mix there. It is a super energetic, pure muscle. It's just a pure muscle, that thing. And she's a pain in the ass, but we love her. If you and I hung out in a room of normal people, I know we would have them in a never-ending stream of pop culture and or esoterica. Stop me before I sub-reference again. Yeah, well, that's the level of autism. Chat goes on without you. Within and without you. Are you one of them? Who's them? You guys are chatting too much. It's hard to keep up. Riley, how you going, champ? What happened with the 1x12 build? What? What? 1x12 build? What, a cabinet? I haven't done them yet if you're talking about just the cabinets. Brad, you asked about my stream frequency. Last Saturday there were so many questions I didn't get to. I felt bad. Oh, okay, so you did another one to fill in. Yeah, you just kind of got to leave it where it is, eh? It is what it is, Lyle. If you're a bit behind, you're a bit behind. It's because you go into detail, and that's why people like your channel. So you're not going to get to all of them, and it's going to get worse as your channel gets bigger. So all you could do is maybe see, even slow mode probably won't fix it because there's so many people on. You're still going to get smashed. Whoop. Yeah, well, you could do the occasional stream for members, so you can answer. Excuse me. You can answer things in greater detail if you had a members only stream, because then it's less flooded with questions. But then you might have the issue at the start where the chat might go dead for a little while, so you've got to be able to fill it up with wishy banter, which I seem to be pretty good at. Where was I? Fixing shit, that's right. Alright, fix that wire. I'll cut off the excess there. Cut off the excess there. Fender are just very sloppy with their wiring on their reissues. There's often like little tendrils of wire almost about to touch the next pin, that kind of stuff. We'll just keep an eye on all of that. That wire looks like shit, so I think I'll shorten that one. Van Morrison. That's something I haven't listened to for a while. I've been listening to Tony Joe White a lot recently, since he passed away. Poke salad in. Can someone answer what poke salad in is? Like what's poke salad? Is that, I don't know the reference. You southern guys probably have more of an idea than I do. You did the version of Wichita Lineman. Yeah, Dad got me onto Tony Joe White. Love it when he does like that. Spread these leads out a bit so they're not so close to each other or risk shorting out. That's something I like to do. I leave the heater terminals standing straight up vertical and then spread out all the others. It helps get the grid further away from the heater too, which does make a difference. And it just makes the wiring look neater too. You sort of your plate and your grid and cathode connections fuck off right near the chassis, and your heater connections are as far away from them as possible. Poke weed salad. Oh, okay, so it's a type of weed. There's a woman that's so poor they gather it. So what is poke? What's poke though? Poke weed. What is poke weed? I got the vibe that it was something about picking stuff because you're poor, but is that like a edible vegetable, or is it like not edible and that's the point? Whatever poke salad is, we don't have it here. Or whatever poke weed is, we don't have it here, as far as I know. Semi-edible. Oh, okay. Poke is a paper bag. Oh, really? Poke was pork. Think of cat tail. Ugh. Okay. Leaves can be boiled and eaten, but yeah, I take it it's not very good. Bad taste. Now we have kale. Yeah. Fucking kale. That was a massive thing in like 2000 and, I don't know, 2015, 16. Everyone was on a kale. It was fucking kale shakes. Kale was in everything and couldn't get away from the shit. It just tasted like eating grass. And you could cook the fuck out of it, and somehow it was still like stiff and hard. Oh, there's a nice pube hanging off the heater wire there. We'll get rid of that. You got to go over these things with a fine tooth comb. There's so much bad workmanship, but they work. But if you disturb anything, they might not. JJ Cale, yeah, I got a JJ Cale album here on vinyl. Elvis did a cover. Oh, it's an amazing song. Collard greens, if well prepared and cooked until tender. Old school Akadaka with Bon Scott. Yeah, and it does never get old. Except for the the hit songs that we've heard a billion times. I like the less popular songs. And the B-sides and stuff were wicked. Old Angus is still kicking on somehow. He's looks very frail though, but he kind of always did, so he's always a little gremlin of a man. Oh yeah, top down view, sorry. I forgot. Thanks, Munter. Alright, let's reconnect everything, fire this thing up. Actually no, I want to remove the pots because I remember they were scratchy. I'll leave that pot out so I can remove the board. And these are a pain in the ass because, yeah, you got to remove the board to get to the pots, which is always fun. I've got set screws, which reminds me I've got to send some knobs to 6. Got to send him a bag of knobs. A lot of people here like kale. We're not famous for our food though. Where are you from, Gust? Tapioca is from cassava. Toxic until processed. Has cyanide, but don't apples have that too? Live. Come on. Fucking shitty touchscreen. Fun fact, the only reason kale is grown commercially is because Pizza Hut decided to use tons to decorate their buffets. Really? It does look very decorative, but no one was ever stupid enough to eat it. Is that for real, Lyle? That's pretty funny if that's the case. Oh, that's not a 12. That's not a half inch. That's a 7/16. Boom. Oh, they're very not tight. I can just use the socket. Look, I'll probably use my fingers. No, that one's harder. Maybe not. Yeah, very. Oh, that one's tight. Yeah, most of them are just finger tight, if that. Not fantastic. Just get another container for that. It's time to venture into my second coffee. Fortunately, I'm not sensitive to caffeine, or I would have pooped my pants by now. Oh, almost forgot. It's impromptu whiskey review time. Spotted this one at the local Booze Megamart, and I was quite impressed. Thought a 16 year, for like $90. I was like, what? It was like 99 or 90, I can't remember which. I thought 16 year for under $100. I've got to try that, see what it's like. And it's fantastic. It's on special. Grab it from the local scumbags. I'd never heard of it before, but I looked up my whiskey book I got at home, and yeah, there's a write up about that distillery. It's just, I think it's one of those ones that often makes stuff for other blenders, but when they come out on their own, they actually have a really well-standing whiskey in its own right. So this is extremely fruity. A lot of the Speyside whiskies have the same label design, same bottle design, same everything. And there must be some bottling place that works in cahoots with them, because all the labels look similar. Like Linkwood, what's the other one? I forget. But they all taste very different. So Deluane is toxic too. Deluane? Deluane. Yeah, well, it is toxic. That's why you get hangovers. But everything in dose. But this is fantastic. On the nose, it's so fruity. It's really nice. A hint of smoke. What they often say, a smoky finish. But I'm used to like the Ardbegs and the Port Charlottes and stuff like that, and the Lechagues and stuff. So it's nothing compared to them. But there is a hint of it there. But very complex for the price. A 16 year, it actually tastes like a 16 year. And I don't think they've artificially coloured it for a 16 year. That's probably about what colour you'd expect. It probably looks darker there than it actually is in real life, but it's a pretty medium to light. It's not quite straw coloured like the Linkwood, but yeah, I reckon if you see that, especially if it's on special and for the price it's going for now, grab a bottle because it's really good. Not going to have one now. Blair Athol. Blair Athol's the other one, and Linkwood. They're all from Speyside, and they all look very similar, the bottles. She could cook grass and make it taste good. Italian flat leaf kale. Fonade, cut, flash cooked in a pan of olive oil and meat and garlic, just barely toasted. Leave it al dente, for lack of a better word, with a good sirloin tip. Oh, you're making me hungry. All I got is coffee. Do rabbits even eat kale? I reckon they would. Grew up eating wild greens out of a ditch with my elderly neighbour. I had no idea to this day what we were picking, but sauteed in bacon grease. I think anything sauteed in bacon grease is going to taste good, wouldn't it? But you can eat like dandelion. There's certain stuff here you can eat as well. There's lots of bush tucker here and a lot of stuff out in the bush where there's not so many introduced weeds and stuff. But yeah, there's plenty of stuff you can eat here if you do your research. Undercooked kidney beans are also toxic. Yeah, don't they have like casein or whatever it is in it? I used to get so you had the kale trend, and then you had the what's the grain shit? I forget what it's called. Quinoa. Then quinoa became the next trend. Problem with quinoa is you've got to wash the living shit out of it because it's got a detergent-like substance on it called saponin, and it can give you pretty sore guts if you're sensitive to it. And I think the first couple of times we ate it, we didn't rinse it enough, and yeah, it just gave me really bad stomach pain for the next morning, probably for like 12 hours. Is rhubarb not meant to be eaten raw? You're not supposed to eat the leaves off rhubarb because they're poisonous, yeah? You ate the bushels of the stuff. Really? Real cork. Yeah, all the good whiskies have real cork. Some of the good ones have screw-on bottles too. Like a lot of the Japanese ones will have screw-on bottles, probably because they might have difficulty growing the cork over there. I'm not sure. But like all the Nika have screw-on bottles, either metal or plastic, and it's fine. Doesn't affect it. You can eat rhubarb stalks raw, but it's the leaves. Yeah, the leaves are the ones that... Yeah, it's not... yeah, it's oxalic acid, so it's not like a toxin, but it's just, yeah, not good for you. People put garlic in oil too. Yeah, yeah, you can't do that shit. And it creates nice botulism after a day. Yeah, don't do that. If you do it, boil it in the oil and then let it cool down and put it in sterilized jars. But don't just throw cloves in a thing of oil. Oil's not a disinfectant. Any thoughts on tubes used in car Super V? Tubes 212AX7, 112AT7, 26BM8, 1AZ81. Yeah, they're already available. The 6BM8 you might be looking at new old stock, but all of the others are just run-of-the-mill stuff. The 6BM8 is a triode pentode, so I'd say they're using that for the reverb driver and recovery, if I remember correctly. Biggest issue with car is that they cover everything with a fucking silicon splooge, so it's just, you open the thing up and it looks like, I don't know what it looks like. It looks like you got some alien life form living in the amp. Bought the Lachey 10-year-old last week. Good value. Yeah, it is. You can get it for under $100 usually, and it's a very smoky, heavy dram. It's nice. My nephew in the front house got Macca's delivered last night, cold and horrible. I'm against the whole food delivery thing in general. It's so exploitative. It's like slave labor. It's so not right, and it's a shit service. It ruins your food. It takes forever. It's just, there's so many negatives and no real positives. I've never got food delivered to me. I've never had an Uber or anything account. Stung by nettles so much in my life, I think that would be stringy and unpalatable. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Christopher, when I was living in Parramatta, I drank Tooheys Dark. Is that shit beer? Yes. So this Tooheys Old, I think you're talking about. Tooheys Old or Dark Ale? I think it's one of the better Tooheys, but I don't drink anything from Tooheys. Or I don't drink anything from the major breweries. I only drink independents. I find they're the only ones that make anything worth drinking. So pretty much Cooper's is where I'll start off, and everything's more boutiquey from that. There is no good condition for a Big Mac. Soggy wasn't the issue. Yeah, exactly. I haven't eaten McDonald's probably for 20 years. Yeah, probably 20 years. In my 20s. Yeah, easy. Aside from like the odd occasion where you're on your way back home from a gig in the city or something, and there's one on the highway and everyone in the car's drunk and wants to stop, so you stop, and then I might try a chicken thing or something, and you try it, and you're just like, oh, fucking... I took one bite last time, and I was disgusted. I threw it in the bin. I can't fucking believe people eat this shit. It's just dog shit food. It's pus. Macca's is utter pus. There you go. There you go, Christopher. Talisker is a good space side. Heavy Pete, but 18 years rested well. Talisker 10 was one of my favourites. It's one of the early ones I got into. I haven't tried Storm or Port Ruffy yet from them. The 10 year is a good one though. Saltiness. You get lots of saltiness in Talisker and it works really well. It's that and the Archie Rose one I tried recently were... The Archie Rose tasted slightly artificially salty, like they added some, whereas the Talisker, you could tell it was just the sea spray because it had a real marine sort of profile to it. It was really nice. Love the Talisker. Saponin, you've used that in a lab. What do you do in a lab there, Ted? Quinoa, the way my wife makes it, is a nice change for straight up starches. Yeah, it's good if you just rinse fuck out of it, Christopher, in a what am I trying to say? Strainer, just and you got to like almost mechanically move it around and stuff to actually get it coming off. Give it a soak, do it again, and then it's fine. It's really good in salads, where we'd either use that or some couscous. Just add a bit of texture to the salad. Add a bit of that and maybe some chicken. You forget you're eating a salad. If you have a Shake Shack, then what are you doing at Mickey D's? Shake Shack. Never heard of them. Speaking of tubes, are the gold pins and preamps worth the extra? Nope. Gold is extremely soft. You plug it in once, you've lost your plating. Waste of money. It's just marketing. Oh, I thought I caught up then, but there's a whole other bunch of stuff. Chat's pretty lively today. 76 viewers. That's fantastic. It seems like when I do no work and I just talk shit, that's when we get the most viewers. So should I do some more work or keep talking shit? You had to remove alcohol from your diet in Easter 21 when you found out you have Barrett's esophagus. Oh. Might not turn into... Oh, shit. Might turn into cancer if I drink the way I like to. That sucks, Christopher. Can you still drink like beers or no like spirits? Because I know you do have an increased risk of mouth cancer and throat cancer from drinking hard spirits. That is a risk. Not sure what the numbers are there, but it's nothing like smoking or anything. But we've got a Five Guys here. At the Panthers I went to, there's the club we went to. There's a Five Guys nearby, but I don't know. I prefer to go to a pub. I mean, you go to these takeaway places, no matter how supposedly amazing they are or whatever. You go to the local pub, it's fucking a million times better. Just find a good pub, keep going there. Plus, you get a beer. Can you get a beer at Five Guys? No, fuck that. Not having a burger without a beer. Get fucked. Can't drink scotch anymore. Maybe must be the casks. All of my joints will ache the next day. That's not good. You got to drink a lot. If you're drinking whiskeys, if you're having a whiskey tasting night and you're going to have like a good 5 or 6 whiskeys, you need to have water in between, like a glass of water for like between each one. Because you will dehydrate like crazy if you don't. Can you still get Fat Yak beers in Oz? Yeah, Fat Yak's everywhere. That's one of the beers I started off on when I was venturing away from the VB and the horrible shit that I used to drink. Fat Yak was like considered one of the early. Now there's microbreweries everywhere, and we're flooded with it. It's fantastic. It's never been better. But Fat Yak was the first one posing as a boutique beer when it was actually a major that owned it. Shake Shack is that much better than Five Guys. A single patty, double. So I think I asked this last time. Can you guys... Alright, let's start a poll. Where am I? Content. No, we're up to 7,006 subscribers. It's going through a bit of a lull. We've been getting about 300 to 400 new subscribers a month, which is fantastic. Means I've got to act more professional, champions, which is why I want to do the membership, because I want to act unprofessional sometimes too. Acting unprofessional is fun. Let's start a poll. Now would be a good time to insert an ad. Thanks, YouTube. Engage with my audience. How many burgers do you eat a week? Let's say week. No, let's say months. Month on average. Less than 1 to 3. 3 to 6. More than 6. Start poll. Cryo-treated tubes? Fuck that, Ted. Don't worry about cryo-treated anything, mate. It's all horse shit. Don't fall for the bullshit with valves, man. Just buy run-of-the-mill stock shit. Look at what the builders are using. Look at what Dave Freeman, look at what John Sir's using, and use that, essentially. It's like if you want a really good power drill, go to your local hire company, see what they're using. They need to get every last penny out of that thing. They're using Hilti. They're using Hitachi, all the high-end shit. Use what they use, right? And they don't use gold-plated pins on those valves, right? So there's your answer. It would be rare for a pub to have chips as good as Five Guys. Hey, he said chips. I better take my part in the poll too. I have, at the moment, I probably have less than one. I probably have. No, I'll go one to three. I've got to catch up first. Hang on. Chips are the best. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like burger chips. I like thick cut steak fries. Don't know. Or roast potatoes. That's what I prefer. Ads is dollars. Yeah, but ads are annoying. Alright, I caught up in the chat, so that means I can go and put my vote in. Oh, Frank's released another video. Go and watch Frank's videos. He's funny as shit. View my channel. Here, I'll give you a link to Frank's latest video. You can watch after. Oh, come on, computer. Copy. Oh, I better watch it first. Anyway, I'll put up a link later. In and Out is pretty much like Five Guys. Okay, are they same owners or are they different? Okay, I'm 1 to 3. Has everyone voted? Alright, end poll. Results are up. Come on, where are the results? Oh, there we go. Alright, so most are less than 1. Oh, sorry, most are 1 to 3. Right, so about 1 a month. Oh, that's good. You're healthy champions. More than 6 a month? That's pushing it. Mormons own In and Out. Really? Jelly deals, yeah. Donatello, yo, what's happening? Oh, I do have 10 memberships left to give this month. So yeah, every month I can gift out 10. So let's gift them right now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, are you ready, champions? Are you going to get a membership? Are you going to get a membership? Let's find out. Who gets one? Sean Weatherford, yes. Ba. William Richardson, Richard Morgan, and Jamie Tyson, you're all gifted memberships this month. I'll do another one next stream, I guess. We'll save it. We won't give them all out at once. Jelly deals. Yeah, I've heard of jelly deals. They're a thing. They are a thing. Anyway, let's get back to work. I'm talking shit. Oh, because I've been talking shit and I've been not as attentive as I should be, I'm going to double check everything. Now I'm getting distracted by the weather. No storms yet. But they're coming. Oh, come on, phone. It's got like a grid menu structure. I can never remember which way I'm supposed to. Oh yeah, there was an Elvis festival at Penrith Panthers, and the fat bastard parked across 4 spaces. Look at that. 4 spots for his bus. Bloody, what does he think he is, a cop? Bloody Elvis, fat bastard. Alright, let's plug these back in. Elvis forgot his PA too. He left his PA system there as Rose was playing. I said, oh hang on, I've got to do the pots. Idiot. See? This is what happens when I'm talking shit. He left his PA system, but it had the anti-theft device by virtue of it being a Bose. So no one stole it. Not even in Penrith. So yeah, back on track. Got to concentrate, alright? So chat amongst yourselves. Chat is distracting me. Brand accounts don't get gift memberships, and non-brand accounts need to make sure to... Oh yeah, you got to allow gift memberships, right? Like my wife at Woolies. Chris, please fondle my butt. What? What's going on? Brad, I got a fuzz pedal kit from StewMac and put it together. The DC jack is shit and intermittent. If the cable is moved, it's solid correctly. What's a good quality DC jack, not PCB mount? You might have a decent quality jack, however, double check that it's the right pin size. So if they've given you a 2.3mm, well, if you've got a 2.3mm plug and a 2.1mm jack, it's going to be flopping around there like the old wizard sleeve. The old, what am I trying to say? Like a dick in a shirt sleeve. So you need to make sure that the socket's the right size, the same size as the plug for starters. And if that is the case, I'm not sure pedal-wise. I get the weird pedal connectors from a place called Pedal Parts Australia. I think they ship internationally, but I'm surely you guys would have like a local pedal hobbyists supplier over there. I'm assuming you're in the States. Sorry, I didn't check your name then. Dave, welcome, mate. New member. Wouldn't want to be accused of being a tight ass. I wouldn't accuse you of that. StewMac Sun Fuzz. Oh, did you build a... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I've been meaning to get back to you about that, Mark, by the way. Did you measure your voltages and that? I think we got to that point and then I got too busy to respond. G'day, Kimball. I have a question for you too. Who makes a good Fender style amp kit? Just the Mojo Tone stuff's good. I think. Well, it's good enough for Lazy J to use it and then charge $6,000 for. Lyle's about to embark on a project that will tell you all you need to know. However, the one thing we don't know is when he's going to start it. So, you're not a fan of any fish other than whitefish, so a chippy is good. What? The rest would be wasted on me. I love fish. Barramundi, salmon. We eat lots of salmon. You got to watch that because it's bottom feeder fish, so you can get heavy metals in it. Yeah, tons of salmon. Shell and I eat. Oop. In sushi and cooked form, I like to grill salmon like a steak. It's fantastic. Alright, so I've got the board out. Just going to give that a clean. Inspecting the solder joints, they all look good. They've got a healthy amount of solder on this one. This is a, Dave, this is a Twin Reverb reissue. All the wires look good. So I'll just give those pots a bit of a blast with compressed air, and then we'll give them a lube and reinstall it and clean that front panel. Now I'll just do this in case there's any tin whiskers venturing to touch things they shouldn't touch. And just get the dust out of the things as well. Holding on by the pilot light, I'll just give that front panel a quick clean with a just a paper towel. Just slightly damp paper towel will be enough. There's no schmoo on it, it's just dust. The dust sometimes sticks though, thanks to the humidity. Just a drop of water on there. Like a brand new bought bastard. There's all the shit comes off it. I'll see you, Dustin. Take it easy, champ. Oop. Put that down gently. Get my little bendy tip on the contact cleaner and lubricant can. We've been having a lot of hole snapper recently. My brother and his fiance, they've been cooking it on the fire, and then you just slice. You just sort of just break it up with a fork after it. Everyone grabs a bit. So I'll hold it upside down, just a tiny little spray in each pot. Hold it upside down so it doesn't end up on the board. Need bugger all. So many times I get an amp, it's just flooded with deoxide or whatever. And it collects dust because it's greasy. And the dust conducts. Yay! Alright, now we'll give them a bit of what for. What's going on? Go away. The chat seems to have locked. I love fishing, but I only do catch and release. That's just the excuse you tell everyone because you didn't catch anything in it. Oh. I bought garlic scrapes at farmer's market and tried making pesto from them, but wasn't happy with the results. Garlic scrapes? What are they? Is that like fried garlic? Lazy J, special Sharpie labeling. Ah, so garlic scrapes is when the garlic's starting to grow again. The bulbs are starting to grow. Does anyone does anyone make a new Princeton style amp that does not need modifications? I think Sir makes one, doesn't he? I know. I think the rumbling happening that Friedman's working on one, but it's not. It's all a bit hush hush. So. I'm working on one. I'm going to make circuit boards for them. I'm going to make a, authentic vintage style one, and then a budget version. So the authentic vintage style one is like, the exact same, well, not the exact same circuit, but same topology as the original, with solid pine cabinet, finger joined, and all of that. Cheaper one's going to have possibly solid state reverb, no rectifier valve, and it's going to be a birch ply cabinet rather than solid timber. You should be able to offer that for about $1,000 less. but it'll still be very reliable and just as good tonally. Yeah, Victoria does actually. I think they do one, a good one. Depending where you are as well. Where are you, Danielle? US. Okay, so you're in the US somewhere. If one has a 3K US, well, that's quite a budget. Don't discount looking at the Sir, Hombre, and a few others. Milkman, I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen one of their. Try Headstrong amps until Brad gets his available. Yeah. Okay, so Headstrong's a good one then. I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen them. So you guys in the States know more than me in that respect. Save the eels. I'm not joking either, because the worldwide eel populations are very near to a really? Total population collapse. They were so common when I was a kid. We used to use them as crab and bass bait. Really? Electro Harmonix is currently producing a 6BM8. Yeah, okay. So I get them mixed up. So the 6BM8 and the 6GW8. I forget which one's still in production. So clearly it's the 6BM8 that's in production. The 6GW8 is not. Maybe the old tooling from the Svetlana's St. Petersburg factory. Okay. 75 YBA. You missed out on a membership there, buddy. Have you allowed memberships? You and Ted, have you? Not sure exactly. You do it in settings somewhere. Membership gifting, I mean. Ocean pollution killing their spawning areas. It's the same thing with the salmon farming here is actually really bad to the surrounding area. So wild caught salmon's always good. I'm enjoying the Hombre, but I'll sell a kidney for shipping BGG Preston. To be honest, the Hombre is probably going to be better than anything I could build, at least for the next year or two. Because John knows what he's doing, and he's got the tried and true tests of ongoing production to iron out any issues. I don't see any issues in mine, but it's going to take some development first. Basically reinventing the wheel a bit. But when Fender's making what stuff that Fender does, there's an opening in the market for some good shit. And when everyone else is just doing straight up clones and they're just following the Fender layouts and they don't really know what they're doing, there's a bit of an opening in there for a good amp. Alrighty then. Get this bad boy back in. Position these switches first, because I need to screw them to the front panel before I can angle the board back up to get the pots through. It's a little bit tricky, but we'll get there. Gotcha. No, I didn't. Didn't get ya. Now I gotcha. Oh, we'll just get those switches screwed back in. I have no idea to accept memberships over simple iPad things though. Okay. I think it's just the little gear in the corner. You hit that and it takes you to your options on your channel. But I'm not super familiar with where you'd find that on an iPad app. Ow. So all this talk of food, you got me wondering what to have for lunch, champions. What do I have? Do I just wait till 2 o'clock when I close and go get something nice, or do I get I think I might get a burger from the shop. Now, we've been talking about burgers and I haven't had one for a month or more. The local lunch shop, they don't season their patties. It's just so bland. So I'm not a big fan of their burgers. They're not very good. You got to season your patty. I mean, come on. Salmon, tuna and eel are the worst. On rare occasions, I'll be invited to someone's house for dinner and they proudly serve rare tuna steaks or something expanded. I'll eat it and say nice things, but inside I'm dying. That's so polite. Fucking love salmon, man. I pepper crust it. So I don't like the cutlets, they're too fatty. The salmon fat's not very pleasant to eat. So we get the fillets, skin on. You cook them. I fully crust them with pepper, peppercorn, ground pepper, black pepper, and then sit it in the pan. You don't need to use oil because it's self-oiling. And put it skin side up so the top doesn't crack as it cooks. So skin side up, so it's sort of got downward pressure on the fillet as it's cooking, and sear it. Once that's nice and caramelized and browned, flip it onto its ends. Cook it like endways up and the other way. And then last, flip it over onto the skin. Unreal. And I usually do that with broccolini grilled in the same pan, so it uses the oils from the fish and some garlic tossed in the broccolini. And that's it. Sometimes we'll have some wedges or roast potato along with it, but usually just that. The greens and the salmon. Good protein, good greens. Minimal carbs, unless you add potato. I do the same thing with steaks. Just broccolini and steak. Broccolini's awesome, I love it. Or asparagus if you think it's fun to have weird smelling piss. Apparently that's a genetic thing, some people don't get it. Just nip them up till they're all nipped up. A bit like doing a head gasket. Garlic scrapes at the top, greens growing from garlic cloves. Oh, okay. I didn't know you could buy them. I thought it was something you had to grow yourself. I've never seen them for sale here. It might be something we find at like the Asian food marts around here, and that's where we go for the weird stuff when you actually cook. You need weird stuff. Pretty much everything I cook needs weird stuff of some description. Szechuan peppercorns or something. Broccolini is awesome. I prefer it roasted. Yeah, I like it roasted, but it's got to be like really hot and really quick. When I grill it, even over open flame, you can get it crisp, like charred, but still firm. If you're going to roast it, it might dry out a bit. Shell has done that before, but it comes out like completely dehydrated. Would be good with some kind of sauce though. Pretty good with sushi rice. The MSG seasoning, yeah. Gonna run to the grocery in a bit. Might try maybe a stir fry. Stir fries are great. They're good for just using up whatever you got in the fridge too before it goes off. You can improvise. Just a bit of oyster sauce. Alrighty then. Stick all the old parts in another container so I can find the screws and stuff underneath. Oh, got one there. Oh, got to open in 20 minutes. Shit, that happened quick. Where did the morning go? Talking too much as always. Doesn't feel that late because it's so dark outside. Dreary looking day. Read the Book of Eels for a skinny on why eels' reproductive lifestyle makes them so prone to population collapse from overfishing. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'll look into that. I like grilling with the quartz domes from Barbecues Galore. Really? I thought they were a novelty, but actually really good at stopping your barbecue catching fire. So is that the they go under the burners? Sorry, between the burners and the plate and grill. So Max Powers, you just gave away that you're an Australian. Because you said Barbecues Galore. I don't know, is that international? As far as I knew, that's an Australian company. I've had a hard time getting links in YouTube. Sorry, guys. Are you talking about posting links to the chat, YBA? You can't post links to the chat until you're an a moderator. What are you trying to link? Sits on top of the burner. Yeah, so it's like the flame tamers. Used to be made out of volcanic rock. A few hours south of Perth. How you going with the heat and the fires over there, man? Been watching ya. I've been watching ya. Like salmon eels only reproduce once and they don't even develop reproductive organs until they leave fresh water for the... That would be difficult. It'd be like only developing sexual organs when you go to the nightclub. You don't know how to use them properly. I didn't turn them all down first. Dickhead. You all ain't barbecuing shit. Whatever. Most people aren't, but barbecuing means different things in different places. Simple as that. Would you tell a Brazilian that their picanha is not barbecue? It's kind of not. It's something else entirely, but it's still fantastic. Or would you tell a Korean that their Korean barbecue's not barbecue? And it's so awesome. I don't have barbecue elitism. It's a bit like drinking whiskey. If you want to mix soda with it or something, go for it, mate. Whatever helps you enjoy what you're doing. Okay. So that pots you need to space off the front a little, because otherwise it sort of rubs on its nuts. The knob rubs on the bush, which is technically correct. So I stick a Speaking of barbecues, stick your kebab stick in there. That's a bit big. Let's go something smaller. Can just use a guitar pick. Got certain gauges available then. Yeah, stick a 1.14 in there. Not too thin. Need a 2mm. .5, 2mm. Yeah, that'll do. Barbecue must have wood smoke. So when we had a hibachi at my place the other day with Wagyu, cut it up into little squares, and we used the oh god, what's it called? The charcoal. They call it white charcoal, or white oak charcoal anyway. But it burns really hot, and it burns for ages. The term's not coming to me. But just the smell of the meat juices landing on the coals made everything taste so much better. Because it's a very fatty cut, the old Wagyu. That one's really stiff. Why for you so stiff? But yeah, the Wagyu is like, I don't know, $100 a kilo or something. So you have it in small doses. But at my local pub here at O'Donoghue's, the local Irish pub, they've got a $15 steak night. Now, what's $15 in US? It's like $8 or something. And you get a rump like this big, and it's like an inch thick. Grilled to perfection. When you ask for a medium rare, it's actually a medium rare. $15. Because I hear steak is really expensive in the States. Is that right? Suppose you've got 330 million people to feed. We've only got like 18. We've got like the population of California spread across the whole country, and the country's the size of your country. Thanks, Ben. Oh, tastes very different. Very different to my coffee. Where's that from? That's probably M.Zuiko. We use beef, not kangaroo. We do eat kangaroo, but pretty rarely. Kangaroo is really good. You just got to know how to cook it, because it's pink when it's cooked. So people tend to overcook it. They try to make the redness go away in the meat. And if you try and do that, you be there all day cooking it, and it'll end up just dry as shit. Alright, L1, so that's the inductor there. That's your B+, that goes there. That's your B+ filter node, that goes there. That's the choke, so that goes there. Ooh, shit. Ah! One of the quick connects wings snapped off. Cheap shit. I'll have to stick another one of them on. I'll get the crimping gun out. Oh, you fucker, where'd you go? Did that fall out? I don't know. I can't see anything. Cable's getting... Ah, you just cut my hand open on the fucking sharp chassis. Bastard, why do you have to make it a knife edge, cockheads? So yeah, one of the spade connectors just broke, so I'm going to have to crimp a new one on. There it is. Wanted to find the snapped off piece to make sure it didn't end up somewhere it shouldn't. Quality. I was being relatively gentle with them too, but that one there snapped off. I think that's 18 gauge. Yep, heavy gauge stuff. Just move that back so you get a better view. Pus chassis. Pus chassis cockheads. Yeah, just cut my hand out. Being a pussy, don't worry about it. Great Mexican food, even American Mexican food is central to enjoying life, but 90% is crap outside the southwest and Texas. The thing with Mexican food is how little there is to it. Everything's really fresh. It's almost like salady, or it's like a soup and slow cooked things and stews and stuff. Yeah, the stuff that you get from most Mexican, particularly the fast food places, is nothing like Mexican food. Mexicans look at it and just go, ugh, ugh. They die a little inside every time they see you cooking it. Alright, got the 18 gauge crimp. I have to put the new die in there, different die. Penny boy focus. Boom. There we go. So got the old press master. Sounds like some kind of gym implement. Doing 30 cycles on the press master. This has just got the different dies that you put in their little holder. That plastic thing's just a Lego little organizer for them, so you don't lose them. And so they don't get damaged rolling around in your tool case and undo themselves and blah. That just holds them in alignment. So we want this one. It's got handily laser etched on it. Come on, penny boy. Here we go. Can you see that? No? Neither can I. I can see it on this screen. Why can't I see it on that screen? Oh, we'll go off this screen. It's brighter. 6.3, so that's the spade size. And then we want to use the 22 to 16 mil one, which is the smallest one. 22 to 16 gauge. That's the American wire gauge they're quoting there. So we want to use that little opening. Why is the camera loose? What's going on? Have I damaged the mount? Yeah, probably. So this just slots in like so. Clips in by that little catch. Now you got to squeeze it all the way for it to let go. It's got like a ratchet, so it won't let you release it until you've actually made a proper crimp, whether you like it or not. So I'll get them started in here till it just curls over, and then put the wire on it. Twist it first, make sure it's not going to go off at a right angle when you shove it in. Can you see everything? Yeah. Get it in there. Come on. In you go. And there's your crimp. Actually, it's got a very thin jacket, this one, for an 18 gauge wire, so the jacket I might have to crimp on the next die down, which means replacing the holder. Oop. If it was a speaker connection or something, you'd probably stress about it more, but for this it's internal. It's just, I'll just crimp it over with the normal pliers, but generally the jacket to core ratio is greater than that. Alright, which one was that? That's the brown one, so that's the second. That's the ground for the Z node. And on she goes. But yeah, the crimps on the choke look okay. They look like thicker. It's these little bronze looking ones that are thin as. So it looks like the ones on the choke are good. The ones on everything else suck. The ones on the cap board suck. Z is the orange one. Y is the yellow one. I'll double check these off the schematic. And black is the standby. Is it? I just took a photo earlier. Yep. Swedes put banana on pizza. I'll put banana on pizza. There's a dessert thing with Nutella. Do you guys have Nutella over there? The kids love it. It's like their dessert pizza at the end of the pizza night. I've got to open the shop, champions. These are going to blind you with light. Blinded by the light. Here we go, another day. Man, it's so humid out there, eh? So we, I think we just hit a record ocean temperature of 26.5 degrees, which is kind of scary. That's why it's so friggin' humid. We're getting storms every afternoon. Come on, computer. I'm just starting the office computer to get some background music happening for when people walk in. Don't want it to feel like a weird alien atmosphere. Entering my password, no looking. Yeah, I'll put on a bit of double J. Death Cab for Cutie, yeah, sounds good, whatever. Alrighty then. See ya, Juan. Have a good weekend too, mate. Is it summertime in Australia? It is. Coral's going to bleach, yeah. That's what we're worried about. It's the second day of autumn and it's like 28 degrees and fucking 100% humidity. Okay, we'll put the bias pot back in. Double check my work and then plug it in. You have Nutella. Okay, yeah, because that's a Nestle thing, isn't it? And that's worldwide. Nestle scumbags. But damn, I love anything with hazelnut in it. It's magical. Sounds like I'm picking a lock. I'm opening a safe. I reckon that's what they use for the movie sound effects. A small ratchet for the Foley work. Where are you, Terry? Are you in Melbourne? It's been damn hot in Melbourne. Damn hot. Come on, man. What's going on? Fires were not bad this year because we had so much rain. We've had La Nina, which usually means cooler than normal temperature and higher than average rainfall for the last 3 years. And then this year was El Nino, which means drier than average and hotter than average. But there was also the South Indian dipole to contend with, and that led to higher, well, we had higher ocean temperatures, so that led to more rain. So complex stuff going on, but they're looking at next summer. The likelihood of another La Nina is above 70% now, I believe, the likelihood. So we're gonna have another wet year. So no fires for another probably 2 years, to be honest, because it takes a good year of no rain at all and high temperatures to make a bad bushfire season. But after the amount of growth we've had, I think it's going to be a pretty severe fire season whenever it does come back. And it will come back. The issue with this amp was apparently dropping signal, background noises, and distortion. I couldn't create the distortion or the drop signal. However, the capacitors were physically leaking, and he asked me to make it roadworthy and do my usual preventative maintenance things that I do to these and other reissue models. So we went ahead with that, and I'm just about to fire it up. Oh, you're in regional Victoria on high alert, but nothing like a few years ago. There was some fires in Victoria though, wasn't there? Alright, got a ground connection to reconnect. Banana on pizza, my brother-in-law is from Italy. He were going around over that one for sure. People calling salami pepperoni, protected their traditions. I mean, I do like authentic Italian pizza, like very minimalist. It's the purity of the taste. But you know, when you've got like the whole family over and the kids want to make something fun, you chuck some Nutella on there and some banana, and you get a banana, and you know they get a bit of vitamins. I guess, I don't know. Now the kids love making their own pizza, so I'll make enough dough for like 10 pizzas, because I know they want to make a few. And that way it's, you know, kids like making things. It's something that they're proud of, you know? Oh, proud of it. It's good. Alright, filter cap, yeah, B+, that goes to the center tap, yep. That's the choke, yep. That's the ground, that's the ground. That's the Y node, Z node. That's the choke. That's the standby return, and that's the standby switch. Everything's looking good. Do we give it the variac? Yeah, we'll give it the variac, because I've fucked with connections for 5 seconds, and then we'll disconnect it. And it's just, I'd hate something to blow up on live stream, eh? You'd love it. I know you'd love it, but you'd share the video with everyone. I'd look like a dickhead. So oh, had it set to 260 volts. That's fun. Just plug in my test reverb tank. It's either that or you should remove the reverb driver valve so you don't damage the reverb transformer. Which one's which? Red. $220, so that's return, and that's the send. So I think I've got my colours asked about. Yeah. So the send is a white one, sorry, I just touched the mic. Get in my belly! Oh, fingernail just scratched on the chassis. Ugh, it's like a chalkboard. I'm trying to grab my fingernails to fingerpick, but it's not so easy when you got a job like mine, because you crack them all the time and they split. Nutella is disgusting. No, it's not. It's awesome. Tin spaghetti on pizza. Ugh. That's fucked. That is fucked. Yeah, KFC's in Australia. It's just down the road. It's actually, yeah, it's like besides Subway. It goes Subway, KFC, McDonald's, Domino's is across the road. They're dog shit. Red Rooster's across the road. They're okay-ish, but it's all just shit. It's all just fodder food. It's not real. Shut up, meter. It's not real food, is it? Alright. So we've got these safety plugs. I don't know if you guys have seen, but this is our mains plug in Australia. Now they've got a plastic sheath, so if it's out a little bit and something drops down like a guitar string, for example, it won't kill you, won't light you up like a Christmas tree. Some of the old amps don't have that, but the problem is it makes the pin weaker, so you always get the pins bent in. You got to bend them back out because people tread on it and shit, and eventually I guess they snap off, which is not great if it happens in a socket. But yeah, you've almost, like power tools that you throw in your toolbox or whatever, you've almost always got to bend the pins back out every time you go to use them. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's legally required. Alright, let's get the underbench speaker happening. Are we going there? Can you hear it? Yep. I'll try to remember how to play guitar. fired it up, just bringing up the voltage. Oh, helps if you turn it on. Alright, no crazy current jumps. 28 watts, 30 watts. Yeah, I think we're good. Get rid of the variac. That's just to confirm I haven't done anything stupid. Alright, I think we're good. I'll attach the meters to get ready to do all the measury. Oh, did you see that then? The penny boy's struggling with zooming out focus, and for a sec there it's so far out you can actually see the dust on the filter. If I go real quick. See that? Wow. Alright, where's the handy plate connection? That pin. Yep. That is the beauty of them leaving so much bare wire. You can actually get the lead onto it. So that's our left valves, left pair. I'll take that out. I'm just trying to make it so you can see everything without getting blinded by the reflections, the fluoresctions. Had some pretty healthy viewership here today. Thanks for joining us, you bloody legends. Hope you're enjoying your Friday evening or afternoon or whatever it is. Or Saturday morning if you're crazy enough to be watching this from Australia or New Zealand. Must almost be beer o'clock in New Zealand. 10 o'clock here. Must be like midday there. Alright, so first I'll take the measurement of the resistance of each side. What's going on? Stuck between measurements. Alright, might shift this over. I've got to get a notepad in here somewhere. Fuck, it's like the scope's about to commit seppuku. I'll just stick it down there, that's easy. Set fire to the page with the valves. Ah, Slater Kenny. Slater Kenny? I like her new stuff. What's the date? 2nd of March. 2024, for fuck's sake. Twin Rev. Re. 36.6 ohm. 30, we'll go 0.7. I like to go up one because it's usually what happens when it warms up a bit. 39.5. Fuck all in a big shit though, eh? That's something volts and a cathode. Alright, so let's set the bias because we don't know what we're starting with here. Let's set the bias to its minimum setting. So most negative voltage. Just measuring that over here. Ah, the leads are tangled up. Andy! How you going, legend? Is that B plus on the red lead? Yes, it is. B plus on the red. So center tap of the output transformer, and then on the blacks is the anodes. So I'm measuring the voltage drop across the output transformer primaries. DC voltage. I had no fun this week setting up a Jackson Dinky and drop C. Someone's trying to ring me. Too hard, I'm streaming. Hang on, I better get this. Had no fun this week. Tuning is drop C for younger families. The heaviest strings, but still floating Floyd Rose. Adjust tune ad infinitum. Yeah, sometimes you got to go beyond it a bit, and it helps you get there quicker. Slater Kinney is an off ramp around here. Really? Maybe that's what it's named after. Because I'm pretty sure that's not a name. That's just her stage name. Floyd's are for the young. It shouldn't be that hard to set up. Lock the tram, set it up. When it's locked down, release the block and tighten the springs until it's back in tune. Takes all the fun out of it. Alright, so we've got our primary resistance, DC resistance sorted out. We're not talking about the impedance here. We're just using the convenience of the resistance on the primary of the output transformer as a way to measure current because of Ohm's law. So now I'll just check the voltage on the grids here. Where are we? It's the green wire, brown wire. They conveniently changed color codes there. Here's the 220 bias feed, so we'll measure there. Minus 52 volts, which is pretty negative. Minus 60, wow, that's up there. What does it go to? Minus 46 to minus 60. That seems excessive. Is that the bias resistor? It is. That's a 63 volt cap. And it's at 60, pretty much 61 volts. That's cutting it a bit fine. Cheeky bastards. You'd want to see a 100 volt cap in there. Alright, so that's set pretty cold. Now let's let the smoke out, eh? Stabilising at about 0.8 of a volt. We're drawing 92 from the wall, which from memory is pretty cold. But let's calculate that and then figure out what we're aiming for. So switch to DC volts. Measure the plate. 450, almost on the dot. 451. So at 451 volts, we've got, let's just say 0.8. 0.8 on both sides. So 0.8 divided by 36.7 ohms equals 21.8 milliamps divided by 2 valves because there's 2 per side. That's 10.8 milliamps per valve multiplied by 451 plate to cathode. 4.9 watts per valve, so well under, and you divide by 30 of the 6L6 GC. We're running at 16%. So let's amp that right up, and I know from memory we're probably looking for about 120 watts on the mains power consumption, and that will make the B plus sag. So we probably want about 2 volts. We don't know how much the B plus is going to sag yet, so this is a bit of an estimate, a bit of a guesstimate. So now what are we running on the plates? We're running 440, say 444. At 444, now we've got, we'll say 2 volts per side. So now we've got 2 divided by 36.7 equals 54.5 milliamps per side divided by 2 because there's 4 valves. 27.2 milliamps multiplied by 444 volts. 12 watts divided by 30 equals 40%. So we can go a bit further even. So yeah, when that voltage was so negative, that's sort of getting towards the upper range of that thing. Now what do we got? 2 point. Oh, it's jumping around a bit. Oh, that's not good. We got a bad valve. I can hear some crackling. Nope, that's my phone. Get that over there. Looks like a bit of instability on that left-hand side. You can see it jumping around a bit. Just mechanically manipulate them a bit, see if that affects it. Yeah, everything's jumping around quite a bit, and the tremolo is not activated. Let's have a look at the voltage on that grid. It's relatively stable on the grids. Jumping around a little bit there, but is that in time with each other? Yeah, kinda. Wonder if that cap's on the way out. No, it's more stable on one side than the other, so I think the valve's making it jump around. Jump around. Get up, get down. Screen voltage relatively stable. I don't think we've got a problem in the supply. I think we've got a valve that's jumping around a bit. So, quick test. Let's swap the two pairs over and see if it follows the pairs. I'm going to start getting customers rocking up soon, but we'll try and get this one. I wanted to do another one. Fuck, I have to get here at 4 AM, not fucking 6:30. Let those valves cool down for a sec. Here's a good time to just remember that you've put the cover on the caps before you go putting your hand under the chassis. Ask me how I know. I can do a Floyd Rose in the same time as a Tune-o-matic. Oh, fucking bullshit, Six. Stop fucking... Oh, okay. How do you adjust intonation on a Floyd Rose as quick as you do on a Tune-o-matic? Leave it out. So you don't charge any more for locking hardware? Don't have to like shim the saddles or shim the nut or anything. Just they all come in perfect, do they? Pull the other one, mate. Oh, they're fucking hot still. Bernie's. Ow. Put that there. Put that there. Now this customer came here asking for a revalve, and I said, why? They said, oh, they just haven't been changed for a while. I said, oh, we'll see if we can keep using them. I don't like changing valves for no reason, but if you want to have a spare set, then go for it. I'll put a new set in and set them up, and you can keep these ones as spares. But then I sent in the price. It's like, yeah, no, let's not revalve it. Okay. But if it needs new valves, it needs new valves, eh? So the problem is they're a match quad, and if one or two of them are jumping around, you kind of Kind of got to change all of them unless you really like hum. I don't have time to try and match up. Go through every valve in my collection and try and make another two that fit. They might fit with the idle dissipation, but probably not with the transconductance. G'day Ben Murray. Name is Ben, isn't it? I find it hard to remember everyone. As for shimming the nut settles, that takes less time than cutting slots in a nut or filing grooves. Oh yeah. Ripped him a new one. Every time I put shit on Dr. Gear, we're mates, so it's okay. It might sound like I'm legitimately attacking him, but we're mates, so it doesn't matter. That's just how we deal with each other in Australia. It's called toxic masculinity. Remember it, alright? Programmed my calculator for bias calculation. Sweet. What am I going to program though? Like everything's a variable, so it's just as quick for me to punch it in. If there was like one variable and a whole bunch of constants, that would make sense to program it, but it's everything's a variable, so I've got to enter every number. I charge $100 for a guitar setup. I charge 120 for a Floyd Rose or locking hardware or a 12 string. Fuck, it's like a dance party in here. Alright, let's see if the jumpiness follows those two valves that now should be popping up on this meter. Nope. It's almost like it's pulsing. The trem's not oscillating though, so it's not that. Hey, everything's quite unstable. I think I've got some instability in those valves, champion. Moving them doesn't seem to trigger anything crazy, but yeah, that's jumping around heaps. Oh, joy. I have to tell him he needs new fucking valves after all. Oh, it's a graphing calculator, right? Gotcha. Alright, let's have a listen while we're there. That's the thing with the stuff that I've got to put the plug in with the thing. If I put a mono plug in, does that trigger the trem? Okay, so a shorted plug will trigger the trem, but it will also mute the reverb. Let's have a quick listen. Then I might put this one away and give the customer a ring. He wants to pick it up in like an hour and a half. The volume is on 10. That's always good, isn't it? Just mute my mic, hang on. God damn, those valves are ringing like crazy. Listen to this. I don't know if you can pick that up, but I'm not playing that loud. To me, it does sound a little stunted. Like maybe those valves aren't putting out what they should be. So I might put it on the scope, just check that it's putting out the rated power. We are running into a 16 ohm load, so it's not optimal. So yeah, let's do that. Might make the amp oscillate. Yeah, that could be. I don't think it's oscillating, but sometimes you get weird behavior from having your leads attached, that's for sure. It's just, normally you'd see like a consistent sort of blah. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't either. Just disconnect that one. Try not to shock myself. Just get them over this side. I try and sort of position them so they're all away from the preamp end. But yeah, it's just a sort of thing. Crunchy for a twin. Yeah, that was sort of the complaint. A little bit anemic. Yeah, not quite the right amount of headroom. I'm thinking it's either the output valves or the phase inverter. So let's investigate. Nothing's ever simple, eh? Running into an 8 ohm load. Right, all good, yep. Clickety click. Hitting the wall at 24, about 24 volts. The bottom side is pulsing in time with the... Have we got the trem? Oh yeah, I'll pull the trem out, see. Okay, that stopped. There's a little bit of trem leak. Oh, I still had the intensity set, so... Alright, there's a bit of imbalance. So the top side of the waveform's hitting the wall before the bottom. But we're hitting... When the top hits, it's 20 about 22 in 8 ohms. So that's only 60 watts. I think the valves are starting to play up a bit. When you're hitting and clipping on the bottom, it's 24.6, 24.6 squared divided by 8. So like 75 watts. So yeah, a little bit anemic. Normally they're like 85-ish. I might just pop a new phase inverter in there for a sec. Since there is a bit of imbalance there, just see if that... I'm feeling like it's the 6L6s, since there is a bit of jumpiness in them. But let's just double check the phase inverter first. X7. Got a customer. Might have to call it here, champions. I want to do a bunch of stuff, but people are going to start coming in and it's a pain in the ass. Everyone's like, oh, what's the mic on your head for? Scope the plates. No, you scope the plates. Still a bit of imbalance there. Champions. Yeah, no sound. Had customers I was talking to. I think he's still here. Yeah, the customers sent someone to pick it up. He was supposed to come at lunchtime, and now it's 10:43. It's not lunchtime, so now I'm under pressure. Isn't that fun? It's not putting out 100% power, and there's still some instability. Looks like the valves are okay because the new set is still showing the same stuff. So it could be that slight instability we saw in the bias supply causing dissipation to shift to touch. And that's possibly caused by that cap down there, which is 63 volt. With the limited time we've got available, i.e. minus 15 minutes, I'm not sure what we can really do to help him out. So just going to check a few other voltages and do the best we can with 2 minutes time span now. Thought I had another hour and a half, but didn't know he's going to be an hour and a half early. Now I've got to turn that bias back down because those tatties were running super cold. Grab the other scope probe. Okay, so one of the bias feed resistors is pretty stable. The other one is exhibiting that pulsing that's happening in the dissipation there. So it's happening on the grids of the output valves. Is it coming from... Not coming from the supply side, because it's pretty stable on the other side of the 220 bias feed resistors. Oh, that's the yeah, so it's not on the supply side. So is it something coming from the phase inverter? They're 630 volt caps. It's happening more on one side than the other. What's happening on the... Hey mate, how are you?
Good stuff.
Not bad. Sorry about that, legends. Just had a flurry of customers. Right. What are we doing again? I don't know. This is why it's hard to get your head back into it. When you watch the videos, internet washed out and in soft focus, not bad on the tablet, but terrible on a larger screen. Your image is in focus and well lit. Yeah, well, this is probably a bit washed out because it's over. I set the exposure for before I put the ceiling lights on, so I'll pull that back a bit. About 2.8. How's that looking? It looks a bit dark on my screen here, but on this screen seems to tell the truth. Alright, so what's going on? Let's check our voltages. 53, 34. $428, and that's node Y. Node Y should be 428. It's 434, so that's actually healthier than usual, or more voltage than usual, I should say. So at the front end, 399, 393. So yeah, we're actually slightly above the stated voltages on the schematic. 398. So why have we got a slightly fluctuating voltage on one side and not the other? When there's fuck all there, except that coupling cap and the output valve. Could be the bias feed resistor that's playing up. Let's do a bit of thermal fuckery and see if we can get it to get even worse or better. Get a freezer spray on a cotton bud. Get the scope on that point. Watch it. Hold it on the resistor body. No change. So no, legends. Sucks when you got a time limit on stuff and you can't investigate. The only other factor is the output transformer. I doubt there's anything wrong with that though. Alright, I'm going to have to piss off, I think, legends, because I've got to sort this out, because the bloke's going to be back to pick it up around midday. So I'm just going to be like standing here frowning, so it's not going to really make for that good a video. So look, if I get this nipped in the bud and get on to the next one, I might fire up another stream. So, you know, keep your notifications on. If not, I'll see you tomorrow around midday. So, thanks for joining us, legends. And take it easy. Get a dog up, yeah? Blah, blah, blah. I'll talk to you then. Bye.